Right here.
Try to keep them on your right.
Gee, what's up, man? Right here is good. Right here is good. Yep. Perfect. Congratulations.
Actually, very
Arlene from Reuters. How are you?
Can we talk at the same time?
Yes.
No, we'll go one. Well, hold on, this will go.
No,
All right, so here we go. Congratulations. What did you speak?
Hi. So what does it mean to be here without Mr. Breland?
Well, it's still a celebration, and we can mourn him and celebrate what we've accomplished. I'm really the child of the American dream. We came here with nothing. Our parents were people who fled during World War II and aspired to something great. Worked hard and never expected a handout, and we're the result of that. So it's an honor to be here.
And what's the secret to giving the performances that you give that are so iconic?
I think you're always trying to please yourself. If you're second guessing the public, you're going to go wrong. It's like a relationship where it falls apart and you say, I thought you wanted me to be like this. So the best thing you can do is be yourself, and if you please yourself, you'll please someone else.
Authenticity?
That's what authenticity is.
Well, you've been critical of President Trump in the past, sometimes.
Half a century ago, I was sadly his friend originally didn't make it. It would have been a great honor, but his daughter Monique and his wife Jeanette are going to be here, and we're going to make sure that, and I spoke with President Trump, he confirmed there's going to be an empty chair beside us in memory of Hayes.
Speaking of the president, what are your hopes for his hosting duties tonight? Do you think he'll be extra funny?
Always going to be great. He's always been in show business, and Shakespeare knew this stuff before you guys did. The whole world's a stage, and we're just all actors. You don't dress like that for no reason. You're aware people are going to be looking at you, and you wear shirts because you want people to think you're in a band. Come on. And the reason I wear it all the time is because the sun never sets on planet cool.
You have Arnie from NPR and Reuters.
How come your words are too small? See?
I know.
Look at AP, that's cool, but you need bigger.
Well, thank you. You're absolutely...
NPR, nobody cares. Oh.
Can I told you that you said that? I need a bigger platform to stand on.
Yeah.
Tell me, what does this mean to you?
You have to speak up. I'm in a band.
What does it mean to you to be here, to be with your family? What does this mean?
Well, we all started before you were born, half a century ago, before cell phones and digital stuff. And we did it the old-fashioned way. You get into a station wagon, and you go across America, and like the original politicians, take your platform to the people. And we were never a critics band, but those critics are all dead.
What did you tell your wife when you found out you were going to get this more than you?
He said you got to go buy a dress.
Or two. We good?
A friend of President Trump's for a long time. You've known him. Celebrity apprentice. What's your take on his job performance? Are you supportive of the way he's handling it?
Well, you can.
I'd be interested to see what you think.
Yeah, but it's all nonsense. It's all clickbait. When I was first starting to vote, there used to be a curtain, and you voted
I put a year into it, and I'm turning 80 December 20th, so it's been a great year for me. And this has been a great time. So God couldn't have given me more stuff from a kid from the streets of Brooklyn. I can't believe I was in the White House. Holy mackerel, the White House. Wow.
Congratulations, Ken.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm from Queens. Hopefully you'll still talk to me.
No, well, I was from Williamsburg. My brother lives in Queens, and my sister lives in Queens.
I was born in Astoria. My daughter lives in
Okay, that's where they live, Astoria.
So I'm with Reuters. So tell me what this means to you
I'm just so honored to.
I wish my parents were here to see it. And again, we lost our guitarist 5 weeks ago. He had a horrible accident. I wish he was here. It's a dream. It's like almost surreal. Our world is nothing like the Oval Office I was in last night, with the president. And you can tell my wife, I have not slept. Last night I finally laid my head down. I slept 9 hours, which was a miracle because I have insomnia. And I couldn't believe today that I was going to be sitting, here and meeting all these. It's very exciting. It's my heart is beating like a triple.
Record coming out on December 19th.
Yes.
So it was on December 19th.
And my birthday's the 20th. I'm turning 80.
Is it like this?
And although I feel 20 in my brain, but the body's starting to feel 53 years of drumming. But
what do you? My son's in drums. So what do you tell musicians who are young, who are coming up?
My father loved big bands, and he put on a Benny Goodman album with Gene Krupa, who was my idol. And I heard Sing, Sing, Sing. And I knew immediately that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a drummer. And I worked in the butcher shop, and I bought this old set of drums at $200. They took it out of my pay. I took them home, and I never stopped playing. Music first, I had no idea of buying a big house and having a lot of money. It's always been about the music and from the heart. Either you got it or you don't. And even if not, just to play an instrument is a God-given gift. I mean, my mom used to say wasted talent. I don't know if you ever saw Bronx Tale, but that's how she was. And my grandmother would cut your hair and get a real job. My mother would leave him alone, just let him play his drums. So thank God for my mother. I know she's looking at me.
And you tell new drummers to keep practicing.
Yes, keep practicing. I still have a practice pad when I watch TV, and I play along with the commercials. I think I'm adding something to the music. So just play and enjoy it, and don't think above it all. Just enjoy the moment, because it goes fast. I mean, I don't believe I'm turning 80 next week, and here I am at the Kennedy Center. So that's my information for drummers.
अक्का फिर से मेरे जूते पहन रहे हो अम्मा अगले हफ्ते से तो मेरा भी कैंप स्टार्ट हो रहा है ना फिर क्या करेंगे
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
So you're performing ahead of time.
Yes, I'm in the tribute for Michael Crawford, and I'll be singing Music of the Night and Phantom of the Opera.
What does it mean to be singing such an iconic song here?
I am on cloud nine. I just can't believe that I'm good to be a part of this, and to honor such an icon in all of music. This is so well deserved to have initiated this role. To really formed it. It's in the fabric of our culture. So you hear the music and you hear his interpretation of it, and you know exactly what it is. And so it's an honor to be asked to do and be a part of that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene with Reuters. How are you?
What's your name?
Arlene.
Hello, Arlene.
And what will you be performing today? And what does it mean to you to be performing?
I'm performing in honor of my friend Gloria Gaynor, and I'm going to be performing 2 songs that I did on her album Testimony, which she won a Roots Gospel Grammy, and she actually presented me with my Grammy, and it was the first year that they had that category, and I won it, and then she called me out of nowhere like a year later, and she was like, personally, nobody does that, and she called me personally, and she was like, hey, I want to win that gospel Grammy like you did, and I know you know how to win one, so I want you to come do it with me. So I did the record with her, and she actually won it.
Give me just the refrain, a little bit of what you're going to sing.
So we're going to do it's going to start with an a cappella version. That's just like on the album, Jason Crabb and Chris Blue and I.
So simply like 3 minutes.
And we're going to do, it's going to go like, through the storm, through the night, lead me on to the light, take my hand, precious love, lead me
You deserve a second Grammy. That is beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank
She's
you.
going to love it.
Thank you,
She's going to
guys.
love it.
Thank you. It's going to be amazing, man. And it couldn't happen to a more deserving person. She is a beautiful ray of sunshine for all of us who know her. So,
Well, we women just think of her as strength and power.
that's what she is. That's what she is. All my friends, all the young kids, she uses some people in my band. Sometimes they can't keep up with her. She's 84 years old and she's still traveling the world doing it. So, yeah. Thank you, Arlene.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Arlene with Reuters. How are you?
Hello, Chris Blue.
Will you be performing today?
Yes, ma'am. I'm performing for Gloria Gaynor with Mike Ferris and Jason Crabb, two gospel goats and legends in their own right, and I'm honored to be here.
That's wonderful. What are you performing?
What will I be performing? I'm performing a song called Precious Lord, Take My Hand. And it's a classic gospel song that I grew up singing, in fact, in church. And so to be able to sing that song here on this platform with this, amazing group of people is going to be something truly special. I'm really excited about it. So I just told Mike this in the dressing room. I said, I'm surrounded by all the people that know her. Like, her pastor is my pastor. The label that she did her gospel record on is my label. So I'm surrounded by everybody that knows and loves her and people that she loves. I haven't had the privilege of meeting her yet. So tonight's the night. I'm excited. I cannot wait to meet her. It's going to be cool.
And is that your beautiful wife?
This is my beautiful wife behind me. Come on in here, girl. I know it.
Join it from back there.
Listen, this right here is the better half. Let me tell you.
Absolutely beautiful. Don't let go of her.
I did well. I married way up. Way up.
That's the trick.
That's right.
Give me your name.
My name is Chris Blue, like the color blue.
And where are you from?
So I'm from Tennessee, from Knoxville, Tennessee. Yes.
One of our cameramen from Tennessee.
Oh yeah?
He lost the accent though.
Good old Rocky Top. You can't beat Rocky Top.
It's a great accent.
It is a great accent.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank y'all.
What did it mean for you to get the call to do this performance? Who hit you up? How did you know you were going to be doing this?
Man, so it was crazy. I was at work, so I'm a worship pastor at my church, and I was just hanging out with my family from work, and then I got the call, and I kind of froze up. Because I couldn't believe it was somebody from our team. And so I was just like, wait a minute. What? I hung up the phone because I didn't think they were serious. They called back and said, no, listen, this is not a joke. It's real. And so get ready. Here we are. So ready? Absolutely. Yes, sir. Without a doubt. Thank you.
This is a historical night. It's a new Cameron Center, a new host, a new everything. How does it feel to be part of this induction year?
Well, as I've never been here before, so it's very, very exciting, and it sounds as though it has great things ahead. So I wish I could still sing as strongly, because I'd love to come back here and perform. I could come back and sing something real quiet.
The last thing is, when you first saw the book, no one in football, how you put it on.
Initially, when Andrew said, he said that it's going to be perfect. We must do that for the opera together. And I said, foolishly, yes, Andrew, I'd love to. And I thought he was thinking of me for the part of Raoul. And I had no idea. So I studied Nelson Eddy's version of the Phantom of the Opera and studied Raoul for about 6 or 7 months until Andrew brought me in. And I said, well, Andrew, I said, you got your Raoul? And he said, yes, we got him yesterday. He said, I want you for the Phantom. And I said, the old one? The ugly one? Wow. It took off from there. It was brilliant.
Carly from Reuters, how are you?
Go.
And you brought a beautiful date.
I certainly have. This is my daughter, Faith.
Hi, Faith. Thank you for being here with us. What does it mean for Dad to be here?
I don't know. See, he really doesn't know.
For me, it's a big thing. So, Kennedy Center Honors has been something I've really respected and participated in throughout the last few decades, and so I'm here to just keep alive the tradition, and I'm glad to sort of revivify the whole idea that we can still come together and celebrate the arts, and it doesn't have a political overlay, at least for most of us.
The president is very involved in this.
He really is. It's extraordinary, and he actually. I mean, I didn't realize how much work and the money he's dedicated to redoing the center. It's amazing. I mean, the word is that it was pretty much falling down. I mean, I remember here the last time with Jerry Herman, I was like, looking pretty shaky, and it was not a good thing. So I mean, I'm really excited about it. Yeah. So I wanted to say hi to Michael myself. Well, meet my daughter Faith. Nice little Alfred.
Hi.
Here's the man.
You had some great ideas.
And Michael,
go ahead and say it.
we're with Reuters. I'm with Reuters. Hi, can you also talk to me about what it means to be here? Congratulations.
Thank you. It means I'm speechless. It's so humbling. But at the end of a career, I didn't expect a phone call like that to say you're going to be honoured. And it was just mind blowing.
But you've worked for it your whole life.
But you don't think about that. I think we go to do, and we all go to do our job the best we can, and you don't do it for reward. The reward is having full houses. That's the excitement, and to have gone with Phantom to have such audiences in England, and then in New York, and then in LA. We went to. It was amazing to see people sleeping outside before waiting for tickets, and you dream of stuff like that.
What does it mean that your music, that your performance, that your show is so iconic on both sides?
But I say before, I started studying American film, unknowingly study, but from when I was about 7 years of age, seeing Buster Keaton and Harold Lloyd, and watching the truthfulness of their comedy. It was dramatic. What they did was dramatic, and you saw them fall, and Laurel and Hardy. But it's brilliantly done. It's absolutely brilliantly done, and you keep that inside you, and you analyse it, and the further you move on your career, to then work with Gene Kelly and meet and work with him for months on end on Hello Dolly, I learned a discipline growing up. I learned to be brave. Like, you had strength. You worked from the tips of your fingers to the tips of your toes, and that's where a character comes from. And that applied to the Phantom. So I made it hurt every night. It hurts to use the entire. It's athletic. And hopefully that gets through to an audience.
What would you tell young artists? What would you tell young?
क्या है इनकी तरह आपकी मसल ग्रोथ भी अटक गई है, इसीलिए आई ट्रस्ट कपीवा शिलाजीत गोल्ड विद 5 हर्ब्स। शिलाजीत टेस्टोस्टेरोन बढ़ाए जिससे आपके मसल्स बढ़ जाए, अश्वगंधा स्ट्रेस रिड्यूस करे और स्वर्ण भस्म स्टैमिना बढ़ाए। वाह कपीवा।
Live it, understand. Brilliant lyrics by Sondheim. They should make you weep when you sing. They're amazing, and it's all American. So I owe you a great deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How are you, Johnny? Yeah, Johnny, how are you? Oh, yeah. been on a red carpet of the Golden Globes with hosting. It's kind of different. Is on the naughty
Glasses.
Is that Arturo Sandoval?
Yeah.
I think that's Arturo Sandoval.
You on the naughty list, there's several.
Have you been naughty tonight?
Always naughty.
There you go. What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You sent me here. What do you want to tell him?
Well, I enjoy being part of this world.
Thank you so much. If we got to stop, I'm going to go up your phone. You are here.
Yeah. Who's here? Cheers. So, when you read or saw a video of the president having a outdoor sound system at the White House, and he blasts Phantom of the Opera on Fridays right now at the White House, what was your reaction when you can hear it all the way out into the park?
I rang everyone I knew and said, "Watch the news, watch the news." It was on the news in England of the recording that we made, and you could hear, and it was mind-blowing. I mean, it's not something you would ever think would happen to you. The President of the United States was playing your music, and it was on the news coming out of the White House. So extraordinary. So it's, I really appreciate having him appreciate the music.
Now, when you spent a lot of time with him last few days, what's your take on how he's leading the country? Are you supportive of the job he's doing?
I have no idea. I'm not here politically. I'm here as an artist, and I love the Kennedy Center has always done a good job, and it's been an institution which I hope now is continue, and so much more investment we hear is going into it, so it'll be even better. Yeah.
The pandemic took a toll on Broadway, as you know, and just live theater. What needs to be done to bring it back and put more bodies in the seats?
Well, I think COVID was the turning point, so who knows? It's the same all over the world. It's taking a long time for people to come back, to want to travel a certain amount of distance to go to the theatre. So it's been very damaging. I haven't worked since COVID. There's not the same demand for larger shows, large musicals. Disney is still doing stuff, and that's admirable. And there's a great new show called Paddington Bear in London.
Arturo. Hi.
What are you doing?
How you doing?
How are you?
Aline for Reuters.
Hi, how are you?
¿Cómo
So here we are.
Lady first, man, come on. Lady first.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, could you just talk to me about what it means to have your music here as part of this?
Actually, it's not my music. I'm gonna play for his brother, Sylvester Stallone. I'm gonna play the theme of Rocky. Gonna fly now. Gonna fly now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna play for him.
So excited.
Yeah.
And what does it mean for you to be here?
Oh my goodness, I got this last year,
Right.
December 8th, 24, and it's a huge honor, especially for the guy. I came from the countryside of the island of Cuba, and I was a kind of a hopeless kid, And when I get to this country, God opened so many doors for me, and I'm so grateful to the U.S. I love this country like nobody.
I'm going to talk to you. I'm Cuban.
Nobody's perfect.
My father's from Caracas. My mother's from La Habana.
Wow, we grew up in Artemisa, a little village in Pinar del Rio,
and my father was a car mechanic, and we were so poor, and then the music saved my life, and I did one album in Cuba. Since I'm in the U.S., I did 49, 30 nominations, 11 Grammys.
So he's always liked Florida. So
Kennedy Center Honor and Presidential Medal of Freedom.
When you look at the Cubans today, the ones who are coming over now,
I cry. The people are starving, struggling, and hopeless, which is the bottom. When you feel completely hopeless, you hit the bottom, and it's horrible. So it's 67 years of dictatorship, with no freedom, with no respect or any human right, with no election, with no nothing. The whole cities are full of garbage, tons of garbage all over, and it's a lot of virus in the country. A lot of people are dying in the daily. Unbelievable. It's something so horrible. It's one of my biggest dreams to see Cuba free again.
and what's his music and what has the United States opened? ¿Qué puertas se abrieron en los Estados Unidos con su música?
Everything. I just get here. I start teaching in the university in Florida. I have to making records. I got all kind of recognition. I wrote a lot of score for movies. I wrote the last 2 scores for Clint Eastwood, The Mule and Richard Jewell. I cannot ask anything else from God because I think I've been so blessed, extremely blessed. And my family, my son here with me, is very successful graphic artist. By the way, he just flew today from Miami from the Art Basel. He got his own place in Art Basel for many years. And I cannot be more happy. I celebrated 50th anniversary, wedding anniversary with my wife. I'm blessed all the way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Associated. That's associated.
Christmas is
Well, I care about America being strong and being able to protect ourselves, and we need to find more ways to get more wealth to the middle class and blue-collar people, and I think we're doing things now in America to hopefully create jobs and get more wealth to the lower half of the black community.
Have you been naughty or nice this year?
Thank you.
One more thing at the FIFA. You've been nice this year?
She is the best person. What'd you say?
I was just asking you about the FIFA event that you were at. Trump said there may need to be a name change for the NFL because of football. What do you think of that whole thing? American football.
I'm going to let the experts deal with that. Football to me is American football.
Get on the other. Thank you.
I just thought it was great. Besides being an incredible musician, he's an incredible human being, And play with him and play for Stallone. We share something in common because we smoke cigar, the same kind of cigar. I do a friend from Dominica. He's very close to Carlito Fuente. And Carlito's my best friend ever.
No, we're kind of. I know. Everybody's mics are kind of. It's okay.
No, sir. Really? No, because I don't want to help the dictatorship in any form, in anything. Besides that, you cannot compare. Arturo Fuentes were the very best in the world. They have no competition. No competition. And Carlito is very close to Sylvester Stallone. And I met him 2 or 3 times together with Carlito in those event, the cigar event. I'm going to be so happy playing for him. And it's a version of Maynard Ferguson, who was a dear friend, incredible trumpet player. He made that song very popular, Maynard Ferguson. And that's the version I'm going to play, Maynard Park. Oh, I'm on heaven, man.
I can imagine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I finished already. Nobody interested.
How are you? I'm doing great. The AP, how are you?
He's
AP on Reuters. You're Reuters? Okay.
So we'll start here. How are you?
I'm doing great.
All right, so here we are at the Kennedy Center. Quite a diversity of inductees, from rock bands to Broadway stars to disco stars, country, and of course Rocky Rambo.
It couldn't get more American. It couldn't get better. I mean, America's where disco was founded. America's where country western and country music was founded. Rocky. I mean, can you get any more American than that? And Kiss, the rock and roll era, and probably one of the greatest rock bands of all time. So I am so excited. And then theater as well is included in there. I'm so excited. I think it's a great class of inductees, and I'm really looking forward to hearing tonight the music.
Now tonight's host. What are your hopes for tonight's host, and what do you think he's going to be able to pull off?
And who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the president.
President Donald J. Trump, the chairman of the Kennedy Center. Well, he is the master of communication. He's the master of the arts. I mean, President Trump loves the arts. This is why he said when he saw what was happening.
पेरेंट की ड्यूटी मतलब पीठ की ड्यूटी। ये कार, ये डायनासोर हमारी पीठ से कितनी मेहनत करवाते हैं यार। इसलिए हम जैसे पेरेंट्स के लिए है नीलकमल स्लीप हेल्थ प्रो मैट्रेसेस विद ऑर्थोपेडिक सपोर्ट। इसकी 5 जोन स्मार्ट प्रोफाइल फोम दे कंप्लीट बॉडी अलाइनमेंट और कल के लिए रेडी करें। नीलकमल स्लीप थॉटफुली डिजाइन फॉर यू।
An incredible statesman and an incredible showman at the same time on stage.
And then my last question is, obviously, at the very beginning of this, there was a change in programming in what was considered, say, family-friendly or family whatever. What are your thoughts on, as we move forward now, to how that adjusts and the type of content that does come to the camera?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
What I'm saying is that there was some stuff that was no longer acceptable at the Kennedy
Well, I
Center.
mean, nobody is into garbage, DEI, LGBTQ+, all of that stuff. Nobody wants that woke stuff. It's not entertaining. You want to see how the movie industry's been ruined in Hollywood by pushing and forcing down our throats this woke garbage. And the Kennedy Center said, we're going to bring in amazing art. I know that people in the media are shaking their heads and shocked by this, but I'm telling you, the American people don't want it. And I know Reuters is offended that I just said that. And Reuters doesn't, they want the woke garbage, but we want arts that are just entertaining and not trying to force an agenda down our throats. And so I'm looking forward to it.
But there's something probably in between those two that is acceptable.
We don't want woke garbage. We want entertainment, arts, beauty.
Okay, thank you.
Do you like woke garbage, PC, woke garbage?
I think that's up to the beholder to understand what it is.
You're right. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, right? And you can tell by the amount of money that Hollywood is losing at such a rapid pace. They're crumbling right now, and nobody wants the woke garbage. And so thank God Ambassador Grinnell came in and said, we're not going to do that. We're going to push through the great arts, and I think we're going to see that tonight. The class of inductees are not woke. They're not about LGBTQ+, IE, DEI, none of the alphabet stuff. They're just about entertaining the audiences and being excellent at the craft. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that, but I disagree by just saying that someone's LGBTQ that
You're not saying
it's
that.
not acceptable.
Are you kidding? The arts, LGBTQ, there's a lot of people who are that. But it used to be that there was just entertainment. It wasn't political. It wasn't trying to shove an agenda down our throats. And I know that the AP and Reuters, I can just see Reuters, she's over here practically crying her eyes out because I'm saying all of this. But the fact is, the American people are the consumers of this, and they want to be entertained. They don't want to have a political agenda pushed at them. They don't want LGBTQ+, trans, DEI. They don't want that garbage. They want to sit when they spend their money and be entertained. And we haven't had that for the past several years. And I think Hollywood will come back when they realize that. So I'm looking forward to tonight. There's nothing PC about Kiss. They just put out great rock and roll. Nothing PC about disco. They put out great music. Nothing PC about George Strait. He put out the greatest country music ever. And I think this is just an incredible evening where everyone's welcome. Everyone's coming together. We get to put aside our differences. We get to let our mind be free of any political differences we have and just enjoy the arts. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Nice to see you.
Good, nice to see you.
So,
where are you from?
from Shutterstock Video. So you're gonna see tons of lawmakers, tons of politicians tonight. What's your message for them? Anything that is in your wheelhouse? Any issues you're concerned about?
100%. Well, Chenille and I were a little blessed to have 3 beautiful children, but our first child, Johnny Christopher, was born when he was 20 months old, had pediatric cancer. So we've dealt with that for over 6 years, pediatric cancer, and 1 child every 2 minutes is diagnosed with this disease. I know President Trump has been working feverishly on trying to put more money towards pediatric cancer and other childhood life-threatening diseases, and that would be my message. We can never have enough money for our kids who are dealing with life and death and should be dealing with what to play with.
It's a really important issue. Since you mentioned President Trump, generally, what do you think of his job performance right now? Do you approve of kind of his leadership and how he's handling the country?
I think what he's doing in a lot of ways is fantastic, and I'm really excited to see where the country goes and how his policies are going to affect us, hopefully in a profound, positive way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Angel, how are you?
Hey,
how's
Johnny,
it going?
how are you?
Good to see
I'm
you.
a big fan of, your boss.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of him too, I think.
Yeah.
Well, come on in.
Yes.
Before I get to you, Mr. Angel, what are you wearing? This is gorgeous. Philip Klein, and who are you wearing?
Well, this is actually my costume shop made this for me, and this is based in all of my tattoos that I have. Jesse Waters, I can get you one. You can do all of your tattoos, but you don't have tattoos, Jesse, but we can get some. Have me on your show, Jesse. What are we waiting for? I'll do some magic for you.
Can you make him disappear?
For enough money, anything is possible. And then you can take his slot, but I don't think you can fill his shoes because I can't feel Paul Stanley shoes.
Look at those shoes. Look at those shoes.
How are you?
That hurt you. All right.
Spoken our
Thank you
studio.
so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you.
How is this?
It feels like a dream. It's incredible. It's a dream come true, and because as I said before, I've seen the people who have gone on before me. I've admired their talent, and to be counted among them is absolutely incredible, and I'm just floored. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What
Thank
does
you.
this mean to you?
It means to me that, can I say I have arrived? Yeah, I think I've arrived.
I think you've already arrived.
Yeah, well, I mean, but to be recognized in this way is like the pinnacle. And I'm so incredibly happy and honored and excited. And yeah, it's great.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
Congratulations.
Can I ask one more question? Your music, your song is an anthem of strength to people, to women.
Yes.
What does it mean to you that you've become that symbol of strength, and how has that been part of your life?
It means to me that I am fulfilling my purpose, and I think that's something that everyone hopes to do in their lives, and I feel incredibly blessed that I'm able to do that, because not everybody realizes their purpose and are able to accomplish it. And so it feels like an accomplishment for me, and to be honored for that is like makes me happy beyond measure.
Giving people hope.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Gloria, I read many reports about since 2023, you've done a lot for Republicans. I was wondering why you support the Republican.
I support people who help people, period. I don't care. I don't care about
guys. Thank you. Gloria, we're going to keep taking you down the carpet.
Miss Gaynor, how are you? Johnny from Fox. How's it going?
Yes, I'm wearing.
So my favorite song is "I Will Survive." Now, when President Trump got elected, Democrats, they were afraid, they were petrified. How are they going to
And you
survive?
are allowed to tell them what you're doing in the show. We're just not telling the honoree.
Okay.
So here we are. Who are you wearing today?
51 years ago. 50. Next year will be 50.
Yeah, okay. Hear a little "I Will Survive"
With the music to this film. But still lives on. To be here tonight to while Sylvester Stallone, how does it make you feel? Well, his career has shown his versatility, writing,
directing, acting without a doubt. He's shown to be well deserved with this honor. And for me to be here, of course, after 50 years and still, not only still be alive, a lot of people from the early Rocky movie are not with us. But to be with Sly now, a wonderful pleasure.
Arturo Sandoval will be out there.
Yeah,
Arturo
Arturo
will
will
be
be
working with him, which you have in the past.
in the past.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful pleasure. The memories that we've had, I can't wait to reminisce. Of course, he doesn't know that I'm here now, but we'll do all that sharing as soon as the show is over.
That is great. Thank you so much, sir.
He's behind you.
I'm going to run into him. I'm going to run.
Keep it surprised. Secretary Burgum.
How are you, Johnny? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. How's it going?
It's going great. We were just having a little hard-to-put moment there because the slides everybody over
That's amazing. Now, which have you
Roma.
Roma. I'm just going to get one, right?
We will.
Yeah.
Roma. You have him stand here so we can all share instead of having him stand here and then we're not. No, if we stand here, we can all get it.
I can't share orders, as you know, so let us get our mic. You guys come and
We can't.
Our policies, we don't. Now, what do you want?
I think what we want, what everybody wants is prosperity
Let's get it done. Now, what do you want to tell Jess?
Well, I mean, Jess is like, how come I'm not on the show? This is the only show that they gather that I can watch every night. And we love watching
All right, Secretary, you know we have to do now. Here's Johnny.
Mr. Stallone. Mr. Stallone.
Mr. Stallone, can you tell us?
Mr. Stallone, congrats. Congrats. How does this feel? Yeah, AP. How does this feel for you to be here tonight, man?
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
Well, you know, it's kind of like being in the eye of a hurricane. You're not sure yet until you're able to analyze it. Like, this is an amazing event, but when you're caught up in the middle of it, it's hard to take it in until the next day. You know what I mean? But I'm incredibly humbled by it.
It's been quite a journey, what it took for you to make that film after all the struggling act and all the things you had to do. To be here today, looking back on that struggle in making Rocky, how do you feel?
Well, it's interesting you say that because I've never been goal-oriented, ever. And a lot of people are shocked when I say that because you just do what you do. And I thought the Rocky, the one thing I have in common with 99% of the world, we're all underdogs. I mean, we all start out as underdogs. And we persevere and hopefully we kind of attain our vision. But that's the one thing that really, I think, was the key to Rocky, is that you didn't have to be a white collar, blue collar. Everyone related to the struggle.
That's particularly American, isn't it?
We say that, but it is American. It really is, because we came in fighting. Let's face it. Since the Pilgrims landed here, it's been an uphill battle.
The president.
So yeah, we're very relatable to struggle.
The film captures that fight, which I think is part of its narrative.
I know, but it wasn't like an obvious ploy. It just happened. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
The president, Mr. Stallone, the president had such, is so, he really finds so much emotion in your work and so much inspiration in your work. What does it feel like to have the president of the United States?
It's the ultimate, but it's one thing that we have in common. Even though he's been incredibly successful in his life, and we have, there's still a portion of us that consider ourselves underdogs. We're not completed works of art. We still have a long way to go to be really self-satisfied with who we are. And it's an ongoing struggle, and that's what I think kind of blends us together, at least in my career.
Are you satisfied with who you are right now, or is there something left?
No, we got to work on the paint. We got to work on the outside a little bit. Yeah, I am to a point, but the satisfaction comes in the admiration of others. If you're admired, then you should be sort of satisfied with yourself. Like the fact that I have an amazing wife and children, and that's where the admiration comes from. In the beginning, whether actors like to admit it or not, they need the love of strangers, the admiration of people in the dark, the audience. But as you grow older, you realize you need the ones that have been with you throughout the struggle. And the audience, though valuable, they come second.
What did you tell your wife when you won this award?
Oh, I told her how much I loved her, and that she's my award. Thank you.
Last question, we're going to go behind you. Last question.
You described President Trump as the second George Washington in the election. How do you feel now? Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I think he's an extraordinary man. This is the toughest job in the world, and it's really easy for people to be critical, and I get it. I mean, you are, because we're dealing with tremendous confrontation around the world. But I still, and I said it last night, I think he's an extraordinary human being. The one thing that people don't realize, and I've known him for 30 years, he's very, very gracious. Like, he'll remember your kids' names. He'll call, like, during a serious situation, he goes, oh, how's your mother? How's she doing? Little things, and no one knows about that. That's why the fellow I know is quite different than the way he's reported about. But I like the man a lot.
And you spent some time with J.D. Vance at that.
Yeah.
Do you think he would be a good person to succeed the movement that Trump has started politically?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's really an elegant man. His wife's amazing. Kind of like my wife over here. I think you're beautiful. Come on, my love. Yeah, I found him to be very elegant in his demeanor. He was quite humbling, not humbling, but he was quite generous in his words to me and to my family when he didn't have to be. I didn't expect it. So there's something about when you look at a man eye to eye, and just you can feel it. Whether they're real or whether they're trying to be posturing for a different idea, but he's authentic. I mean, look at the book he wrote. Talk about humble beginnings. All right, guys, thank you.
Are you okay?
This way?
Are you okay? Because some fans are concerned about you when they saw the video of you with the team. How are you?
I'll tell you, because I've had 8 back operations. I have 1 more going, and it adds up. It's just, oh, you again.
Thank you so much.
Blessing offer.
Thank you.
Performing tonight for Sylvester Stallone tribute.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, this is Arlene from Reuters. How are you?
What's your name?
Arlene.
Arlene, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Can you tell me what you'll be performing today?
We are playing a couple of pieces that Bill composed, and I'm on piano playing with the orchestra. It's awesome.
And what does it mean to you to be here today?
Listen, I love the arts. B, I've played the Kennedy Center a handful of times, and also it's Rocky. And it's George Strait, and it's I'm just honored. Yeah.
But you said you're playing for Sylvester Stallone.
I'm playing a couple of the pieces actually from the Rocky movies.
And what do you think of the movie?
Love. I mean, you just hear and it's over. Yeah. You want to run the Philly stairs, everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Blessing Crawford. Any performance of flag?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So, Bill Conti. Bill Conti, yeah. Tell us about
She's performing this evening in the Michael Crawford segment. If you'd like to see.
Tell me what it means to be here. The star, but from your perspective, because you're
well, I'm actually singing from Hello
generation to generation.
So we're honoring Michael Crawford, and I'm just, this is an opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm so thankful to be here to celebrate him and his lifetime, his legacy, his career, and he really paved the way for those of us who came after him and got to do musical theater on Broadway and in New York, and so it's very full circle. I'm really, really thankful, and I'm excited to sing it to him as well. It's going to be amazing.
How did you get really well, and the band sounds good.
To be honest, it came completely out of the blue. I wasn't expecting it, and someone just reached out and asked if I would be a part of it. And I've obviously been aware of the Kennedy Center and all the amazing work that they've done, and especially recently what the changes, and so it's just really kind of divinely put me in this position to be able to do what I love on a stage that is just so beautiful and is so known, honoring a man who has paved the way for so many of us. So
this is a uniquely American honor.
Yeah.
And I was saying how honored it was, that in the United States.
Yes.
Yes. What does that
well, it means more than I could ever say, and I am so much of my life's work is bringing art and country together, and I feel very grateful that I live in a place where I get to follow my dreams and do what I love, and so it's been it's just incredible to be here this year, and so I don't take that lightly, and I'm really honored to be at the honors, that's for sure. Thank you.
Rain, below, we're backing up, pipes bursting, elevators didn't work, our fountains out front didn't work. The neglect was really terrible. And when President Trump said from the very beginning, he had this vision that if you would fix the programming so that it would be absolutely common sense, programming that brings people together is a big step. And we see the same thing when it comes to Broadway. Some of the new stuff doesn't always work, but what works, what sells, is when you bring back the basics. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to do common sense programming. And when we did that change, corporations came flowing in. We've never seen so much money coming in as we have. It's really amazing. And because of that, we have our largest ball in one night for the honors. We raised $23 million tonight. We have $130 million and growing in this 10 months since we've had. And so I'm really excited because clearly it's very popular at the Kennedy Center with corporations, with donors, and this is the change that I think arts institutions need.
You mentioned two problems. One is the program could be deemed arbitrary
It's actually not, because here's what I did. I didn't cancel a single thing when I came here. I made a rule, and I said when you combine ticket sales and you look at donors and you look at corporations, you got to get to zero. You got to have a revenue neutral arts institutions across this country are struggling with sales of donors and corporations. And the reason why is because it's only two things. The broad public. Now some of that is in the post-COVID world, Netflix and competition. But the reality is that the Kennedy Center has now taught every arts institution across this country is if you fix your programming to a broad base, to do things like Chicago, corporations are being grown in that money that is just here. Across the country, every single institution has been a problem. I mean, the New York Times
just 2 months ago, did a front page story that said Broadway is dying, ticket sales are dying, people aren't coming out to Broadway anymore. And so what I think President Trump has shown us is that when you fix the programming so it's more common sense and broad-based and not fringe, then you bring in a lot more money. And by the way, let me just finish with this. I love some of the fringe or niche programming. I think some of that is needed. I think educating people and pushing the boundaries, but you cannot do that if you're not financially viable. And so we needed to fix the finances. We've done that, and let me give you one final example. We had 94 people in the development office here. 94 people raising money when I arrived. Today we have 16. We saved $4.5 million.
Great, thanks. How are you? Nice to see you. Sorry. Hi.
Since we're in D.C., I have to ask you, I know you're very outspoken about the whole situation with Israel, where it stands right now. Are you happy with the progress being made under Trump, with the peace in the region, and where's your advocacy at?
My advocacy over the past 2 years has been for humanity. I've always tried with my social media to stand for humanity and just share the real, raw, personal stories of what has been going on there. I've personally been back to Israel 7 times in the past 2 years. I'm going again in about a week. And I always try to use my platform to show what's going on. I'm very grateful for what has happened. Our hostages are home, and that was always what I've been advocating for the release of our hostages, and I'm just so grateful that our hostages are home.
Looking at the conflict as a whole, what do you think is the biggest misconception from what you see on social media and what everybody's saying about the conflict?
Unfortunately, nowadays there's just so much propaganda, and with AI, and just it's hard to know what to believe, right? And so that's why for me it was so important to physically go on the grounds. I actually also went into Rafah, into Gaza as well, to be with the people there. So I think it's really hard to know what to believe nowadays, and so for me I always try to show the real, authentic truth.
Yeah, how do you combat that?
By continuing to post and by using my platforms of 14 million followers to show what has been going on.
Thank you,
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It thrills my heart to know that they are honoring her tonight. Nobody, in my opinion, deserves it any more than her. She's absolutely beautiful. Everybody needs to know her as a person. I wish everybody could just sit down and have tea with her or coffee. She's amazing.
Well, she certainly added to the canon one of the most inspirational musical numbers of our time.
I Will Survive. Absolutely. And, she speaks for a lot of people, and she is the forerunner. She has done so many great things. I remember when the digital music first came out, and the artists weren't really being compensated the way she went and advocated for so many people. She's that type of person, not just for herself, but for everybody else. And if you know her, this night is really special. I mean, it'll bring a lot of tears, I think, because she's that type of woman. And so I'm excited about, especially in a place like this, the Kennedy Center, and what a great place, and what a great night. So thanks to everyone that made this possible.
You have fun out there tonight.
I'm going to give it everything I got.
All right, man. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene with Reuters.
How are you? Good. I am.
What will you be performing?
I'm going to do it. So she did a gospel record that she actually won a Grammy for, and I got to be a part of that record. We did a couple of numbers together, and also we wrote a song together. And so I got to know her. She was, of course, she lives in New York. I was playing Carnegie Hall, and we started on Twitter just talking back and forth, and she said, I think I'm going to come out. And so here's what I did. I let her know that I was going to be there, and I'd love for her to come out. And she came out, and she said, I've never played Carnegie Hall before. It was a bucket list. I'm like, yeah. So we became friends. We talked. We got, and so anyway, this record, I'm going to be doing a gospel number that we did on there, Precious Lord, Take My Hand, and then we're going to do a song that she wrote that we're excited about. I'll just come out and sing a little bit of that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sing a little line? Okay. Hear my cry, hear my call, hold my hand, lest I fall. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me on. Which number?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And you know, I was talking to her a little while ago, and I said she gets comfortable.
Oh, she is that, and you feel safe. When she starts talking and when she starts, speaking to you, it's just like honestly, it's almost like she's a minister in this such a way. It's like she gives you comfort, she gives you hope, she gives you all of those things. She makes you feel comfortable, safe. And I think it's got to do with the relationship, the spiritual relationship that she has.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Who are you wearing?
Oh, I'm wearing Green Macra. There's no one else to wear other than Green Macra, my friend. But let me tell you something. Tonight is all about America. Tonight is all about President Trump bringing together your best talent and bringing us all together and recognizing that music is something that has a commonality. And we all love it. We all enjoy it. And this is about the energy that the president brings to America. God bless him and God bless his country.
And you have a great singing voice.
I am tone deaf, Johnny, and you know it. Okay, but my hero is singing tonight, George Strait. I have loved George Strait for decades. So as long as they sing Amarillo by morning, I'm a happy camper.
Now, Judge, before you go, you're here in D.C., you're fighting crime, we miss you back at Fox.
Yeah.
What's harder, fighting crime in D.C. or sitting next to Harold and Jessica?
Fighting crime in D.C. is probably the toughest thing I'll ever do, and I miss Jessica, and I miss Harold, and all my friends on the five. But you know what? This is a fight worth fighting, and I'm thrilled to be here.
All right, we love you, Judge.
I miss you.
Miss you.
Yeah, Mom.
We'll see you soon.
Judge, I have one for you before you go.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Hi.
So let me ask you about this, because you've encountered in D.C. a lot of issues when it comes to ICE. What did you think when you saw that video of the Democratic congressman getting in the way of ICE agents? Telling us back off. I came out today.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. I didn't see this. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fine.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about any case that I know of. I mean, I could talk about the pipe bomber. I could talk about Ramanullah Lockenwall, who came and shot 2 National Guardsmen. We've kind of been preoccupied with that.
So you have been very good.
Yes.
When you talk about the pipe bomber, why so long? Why did it take so long to get it? Why did it take
First of all, it took President Trump and his FBI to make a decision to use the energy and to use the resources we have. Under President Biden, they pulled FBI off that case. It's all about determination. It's all about this president and Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, and my office saying we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we did. That's all you need. It's determination and drive and competence. Don't forget that. Take care.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jason Crabb. Hi, how are you?
This is Shelley.
Shelley, how are you?
2 times on your one.
Oh, thank you. So it's an honor.
How are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. He's doing Gloria Gaynor tonight. I'm sure. I don't want to get in your way.
Hey, Brett.
How you doing?
Very good. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I don't think we've ever met. You guys are.
Hi, Johnny.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Come over here. I'll grab you. How's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for all you do, my friend. Yeah, we have one especially for you. Oh, good. We prepared for this. Oh, wow. So I'll start with you, Amy. Amy, who are you wearing? You look gorgeous. I love it. Now, Brett, Jesse wants to know how many vacations you have. He says you're always off. Yeah. That's really nice, Jesse. He wants to know if you're improving your golf game. Is that why you're so good at golf? I am actually improving the golf game. One stroke at a time. I'll take you out. I'll do some practice. Has Jesse been naughty on this? Pretty naughty. Alright, what are you looking forward to most today? How are you?
Hi.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Great fun. This is so much fun tonight.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing well.
Of course, no, my wife is on the board, so I'm a +1. That's the way it works.
All right, so now, tell me a little bit about tonight's inductees, quite a range of talent.
Well, last night at the State Department, each of the honorees spoke for 5 minutes about their lives, and it was so moving and so personal, and it really created such an amazing setup for tonight's event. So we're really, really excited.
Well, thank you so much.
And Allison, what are you looking most forward to?
I'm most looking forward to President Trump emceeing tonight. I think it'll be great.
It'll be so fun.
How entertaining do you think he's going to be? I mean, it's a tough task.
Oh, this president, he is so relaxed in front of these cameras, as you know, and he's so funny. I can't wait for tonight. It'll be so fun.
Do you think we'll get kids to sit?
I don't know about that. You might get them to dance, though. You might get them to dance.
Secretary Lutnick.
Yeah, hi,
How are you?
How you doing?
Great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to
so,
see you.
let's talk about tonight and the transformation of the Kennedy Center. What stuff sticks out to you the most in terms of the transition that you're pleased with? Right now?
Well, we know that Kennedy Center, when the president was inaugurated, was in tough shape. Right, it had financial difficulties. They're paying their staff out of debt, and the president came right in, and he loves to fix things. You know, he loves that. So he painted the columns a different color. He's going to make this building so gorgeous. Got $250 million in the big beautiful bill for this building. I can't wait to how glorious it's going to be.
Now, let me ask you about this. We have a huge Supreme Court case right now on tariffs. If that were actually to be overturned, Trump's emergency power, what implications would that have for the economy and for the country right now?
So I sat through that case. We are going to win that case. Right, we're going to win it either 5-4 or 6-3. And the Supreme Court understands how devastating it would be for this country if they didn't stand up for the president's power to protect and defend our economy and our country. So I think we're going to win. You heard it here. We're going to win that case. Thanks.
Secretary Lutnick, how's it going? Johnny from Jesse Waters Show.
Nice to see you.
Have we done any trade deals today?
None today. You know, this weekend is Kennedy Honors, and I'm a +1. My wife's on the board of the Kennedy Center, so I'm here to support her.
Oh, so you're the big guest tonight. So you know, Christmas season's here. Which cabinet member would you Christmas season's here? Which cabinet member would you say is on the naughty list and who's on the nice list?
Yeah. You know, I love this cabinet. They are the most fun. They are the most unique. It's like a family. But Secretary Rubio is the funniest member of this cabinet by far. Oh, I don't know what the guests are. I mean, I think the key to tonight is we're going to see the performance. It's going to be
Hi!
We can't wait.
I'm Arlene. I'm from Reuters. How are you?
I'm very well tonight. Very excited to be here.
And you will be performing?
I will be performing. I am honoring Gloria Gaynor, who I'm so excited to honor her. Well, excited to be here for all the honorees, actually. But years ago, Gloria Gaynor had a radio show with the BB Radio 2, and she was the host. She left, and they offered me Gloria's radio show, and I couldn't believe that I was meeting with her, talking with her about the radio show, and just a tremendous talent. And I Will Survive is the theme song for so many people's lives. You know, we're going to make it. We'll be good. So it's an honor to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we started with the columns outside. He's raised $250 million in the big beautiful bill to make this building.
Weight challenge.
Love the sports, and then
It's like grad.
right out the most glorious thing we've ever seen. So this president is arts and sports. So
He's so cool.
this building is great. So he's concerned right now. It just doesn't work. Now he's going to make it.
Tell me, what do you
It's a New Jersey.
liability.
Great to see you. Sure.
Should be down here. She'll show up. When does it start? 6:30?
Yeah, yes, sir. Come on over. Right here is good. All right. How are you? I'm John.
John remains.
All right. So here we are. I'm assuming you're here.
Hey, Lena. How you doing?
I'm here tonight to present the awards to Sylvester Stallone. And long overdue award for him. A man who has amassed credits like no one else. A guy who's put hundreds of thousands of people to work when you really think about it. Just that alone, my hat is off to Sylvester Stallone. But his artistry, his writing, his acting. But that isn't even the best part. The best part is that Sly is one of the greatest guys I've ever met. And for Ray and I to be part of his family, and his wife Jennifer and his daughter Scarlett is on the set all the time, it's a real amazing family environment, and that's what Ray and I do in our film. So to be around Sly, it certainly rubs off on us.
Has Jenny your films been naughty or nice? You're an all-favorite film.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It feels great. I mean, I come out to Hollywood to be a comedian, and they're like, yeah, you don't look funny. How about a villain? Great. I'll take it. But for me, as everyone knows, I won't kiss another woman on screen, so that leaves me as heroic guys with helmets on in the middle of a war, or the villain. I do them both with Smile or the Cowboy now, which is really great. I'm so blessed that my career has now become that I get to produce with my wife and write with my wife and all-American themes and films that I've always aspired to do, and I think a lot of that comes from hanging out with Sylvester Stallone, having the confidence to stick to your guns, make sure that you have the confidence to pull it off, and go for it. And that's what we're doing now, and we're about to do our 13th movie in the last 5 years.
Are we keeping our villain fans happy? Neil just did a slasher, thrasher, horror film called Exalted, which comes out next year.
Yeah, we're excited about it.
Still playing the villain, huh?
Yeah, dude. We're going to play them all.
I was going to say, yeah, you got it.
I'm not letting you guys down. I'm going to keep playing villains for you.
Yellowstone villain is pretty good.
Yellowstone was wicked. It was awful. It was so good.
Anyway, thank you so much, sir.
There you go. My pleasure.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, we have to go
And I
back.
understand you're here for Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, I am. Yep.
Can you talk to me about why you're feeling happy to honor him?
Well, who else to honor in Hollywood other than the guy who's, as I was saying, has employed tens of thousands of people. His movies have amassed billions of dollars. What he's done to the economy in America alone and across the world is truly remarkable. But it's the entertaining that he's done, all the films that he's done, the family guy that he is, and the American that he is, and the God-fearing guy that he is as well. Those are the things that Reve and I love to be around. And so, he's unlike anyone else. So for tonight, to be here in the Kennedy Center, a guy from Boston, Massachusetts, myself, to celebrate that name and to be on stage to give an award to my favorite guy in Hollywood. Are you kidding me? It's pretty awesome.
When did you meet him?
The first time we met was about 3 years ago on a Zoom when they were very interested in me to be on Tulsa King. They said, okay, great. In 5 minutes, we're going to have a Zoom with you and Sylvester Stallone. We're like, what? And for the first 30 seconds, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's Rocky. I can't even think. And then once you meet him and start talking to him, he diffuses all tension, and he's just such a grounded human being. And we've had a ball playing in the sandbox on Tulsa King for the last 3 years.
So what are you going to say to me about it?
You're going to have to watch.
Yeah. And otherwise, we have to kill you.
That's right. I'm a villain. That's right.
It's like we can't reveal.
All right. You're going to get it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't do that. I'm just not that guy.
No. That's good. He was
disagree. With Trump, we're going to have to disagree.
Dr. Oz? Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, Arlene from Reuters.
Hi, Arlene, how are you? My wife, Lisa.
Hi.
Wife for 40 years.
40 years.
Best thing I ever did.
She should be getting this work.
I was offering
He
it
is
to
my
her.
award. Aw. So here's my question. When I look at some of the people who've been awarded today, it seems to be that their message is hope. We have I Will Survive, we have Rocky, we have your position. How does hope, how does inspiration, how does that fit into people's well-being, and what does it mean for that to be what is being awarded here today?
Arlene, what a beautiful question. Our biggest enemy in illness, but also in America, is nihilism. When we actually lose hope. And when you see Rocky, who happens to be my neighbor, and you see Sylvester Stallone in a private setting, he just gives you hope at every level. Now, he's funny as stink to boot, but he also is uplifting because his vision is a pretty simple one. See what you want to do. There's a fine line between vision and hallucination. Others have to see the vision. In order to bring it to life, you have to work hard. And I think that's sort of the message. If we work our tails off and we have confidence in ourselves and that there is some destiny that we could all achieve, it gives you hope that you can do anything. If Sylvester Stallone can do what he's done, we can all be superstars. It's not because he's normal, it's that he normalizes success.
We heard that from we had Gloria Gaynor with I Will Survive. Arturo Sandoval was here and talked about his Cuban childhood. Cuban childhood and how, the U.S. gave him opportunities. What does it mean that the United States at the Kennedy Center is recognizing that?
Well, Gloria Gaynor is a wonderful example. You have a passion for doing something, maybe a gift, but it doesn't go anywhere unless you're actually willing to roll up your sleeves and engage life fully. And if you look at all these artists, they have that confidence that this country offers you unparalleled abilities to excel. When my father came here as an immigrant back in the 50s, he saw what later Ronald Reagan described as the shining city on the hill. That's ultimately what they're giving us. They're showing us that anybody can walk up to that hill and be recognized, in this case for their excellence, but by doing that, they're actually pulling us up too. They're saying to all of us, wake up. You have destiny. You have opportunities. You're put on this earth for a reason. Live up to that. Have agency over your future.
And that's what the arts do too.
Well, the arts awaken you in many ways. And as a scientist, I'll say much of what's happened that's breakthrough in science first happened in art. Art opens our eyes, gives us epiphanies, awakens us to some deeper realities so that science can finally actually move in the right direction. It aims us.
Dr. Oz, I would love to ask you, since you're the head of CMS, what's happening with the Obamacare tax extension, premium subsidies? What do you want to see happen, and what are you hearing from these results?
I want Congress to debate it robustly and come up with some ideas that we can all accept as Americans. And I'm hearing better and better ideas coming out of Senate and the Congress, so I'm excited about this week. I think some of those ideas will be recognized more publicly. God bless.
Vaccination changes, are you in favor of those?
I'm supportive of kicking the tires. You know what do parents do? They put their kid in the car seat, but then they double check it's okay. It's not because they don't trust the seat belt or the car seat. They want to just make 100% sure. And what these experts told us is hepatitis B vaccine works and is very effective. But when you get it might vary from person to person because some folks are in a higher risk situation than others. So I thought it was wonderful that they allowed there be a shared responsibility between doctors and patients to make the decision. My job is to pay for it. And loud and clear, no matter what you decide, we're going to pay for it. Right.
Do you think there should be income requirements for those subsidies?
We haven't had income requirements. It is unlimited, which it is right now. We have people with $1 million homes, multi-million-dollar homes, who are earning fairly high salaries. Understandably, folks who are picking basic minimum wage don't want to pay this.
Dr. Oz, Merry Christmas. Jesse Waters has a question for you.
Oh, Jesse, where's Jesse Waters?
Laura, send me instead.
Okay.
Hey, Laura. What do you want for Christmas this year?
I want my wife. I want
Who's the naughty and nice?
Truly inspirational. My daughter, literally, I cannot get, living in Pennsylvania, I don't know what it is. You, Jesse, give me advice.
You've been a TV host, and now President Trump is hosting. Did he call you for any advice?
The president usually comments on his hosting skills by saying that his biggest asset, first of all, he's innately funny, but his biggest asset is he can capture a crowd. He'll capture an audience. Tonight's Kennedy Center Honors event will be the highest rated ever.
Highest rated ever. What do you want to tell Jesse?
I love you, Jesse. Where are you? Get back here. Where's he hiding?
He's hiding in New Jersey.
Please, New Jersey, really? Jesse.
Remember everything else but the water. Secretary Duffy.
Secretary.
Mr. Secretary. Johnny, good to see you, Secretary Hegseth. Hey, Jenny. How's it going?
How are you?
Quick thing for Jesse?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, so Secretary Hegseth, how is the Department of War preparing for the war on Christmas?
Well, we've ended the war on Christmas at the Pentagon because of my wife, Jenny, who said if President Trump's bringing Christmas back, Merry Christmas back, then they're bringing Christmas back to the Pentagon. So we got a tree, a permanent tree that's there. We're saying Merry Christmas. We're recognizing what the reason is for the season. We're doing a worship service. So Christmas is back.
Christmas is back. Now, which cabinet members were all on the naughty list this year?
Oh, my goodness. Probably me. It's always me and RFK here and there. Certainly not Marco, certainly not the vice president, and certainly not our wonderful list of females in the cabinet. I mean, Brooke and Pam and Kristi Noem, and we got Tulsi, they're the best.
What are you getting Jenny for Christmas?
I can't. If I told you, I'd have to kill you, John.
What do you want to tell Jesse?
Jesse? He's doing a phenomenal job.
He's on the naughty list, though.
Well, he's perpetual naughty list. So are you, by the way. Tell him he's the best. We appreciate you guys.
Doing a great job.
How close are we to a land strike in Venezuela, Mr. Secretary? How close?
Yes. Oh, John. By the way, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. People were impressed. On my way down here, I dressed up with my girlfriend dressed as stuff. Shameful. I told her. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. What are you getting ready for Christmas? What do you want for Christmas? Many fancy crafts. Are these guys going to be here for St. Mother's Day? NORAD. I think the FAA will check a lot. I'm going to take it back to NORAD. First of all, it's a naughty guy. He's a naughty guy, nice guy. Thank you so much. Have fun tonight on Christmas.
Concerned about travel after the toll that the shutdown took on the FAA?
No, so concerned about travel, we make sure that the skies are safe, right? And if they're not safe, we will slow down traffic, which means you'll have delays, you'll have cancellations. But again, when a lot of people travel, which we're going to see this year, this Christmas,
George Strait or Kiss?
It's a tie, and it seriously is a tie, because I grew up in the 80s loving the band Kiss, but I am a diehard country music fan. So George Strait, I think my husband will kill me if I didn't say George Strait too. So I hope I get to meet George Strait tonight. I'm really looking forward to that.
Have you met him before?
No, I have not. I have not met him before, nor the band Kiss, so I'm very excited.
We have all sorts of
and actually, I love Michael Crawford. So.
And Sylvester Stallone.
Well, and the iconic actors.
Gloria Gaynor.
Gloria Gaynor. See, there you go.
Isn't it an awesome
Yeah, it's
team?
great. It's a great team. We're very excited to be here. Very, very excited. So, and I love Sylvester Stallone's wife. I know Jennifer, so she's wonderful.
I want to ask you something on a whole different topic. The National Guardsmen who were killed here in D.C. Are there any plans to posthumously raise the rank to somehow honor the National Guardsmen who
So thank you for asking that. Sarah's family, they're amazing, and I don't know how they're handling this and dealing with the grief, but I'm going to I'll talk to the guard about that. I know they have something special in mind for her and for Andy. I spent today with my husband in the hospital with Andy's family, and I can report Andy Wolf, of course, our guardsman who was shot, and he's remarkable. He's a miracle. I was with the doctors. I was with the family. He's a linesman full-time in West Virginia, and there were about 10 linesmen there from West Virginia with his family. Andy moves. He hugged his father last night. So he is making remarkable strides, and when he gets a little better, we're going to have him move to Walter Reed for his therapy, and hopefully he will be making a full recovery. So thank you for asking about them, and please pray for Sarah's family, and please pray for Melody and Jason Wolf and Andy's sister and brother and niece and all of his friends. Power prayer. Thank you all. Thank you.
After the court ruling on the Epstein files, when can we expect the full files to be released?
We're complying with the congressional deadline, and as you saw, a judge unsealed in Florida, of course, the rest of the documents, so that we'll be working on providing them as well.
Jesse Waters has a question. How are you?
Doing good.
Very good.
All right, I want to hear Jesse's question.
All right, so people want to know who's on the Epstein list, but I want to know who's on Santa's naughty list this year.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. No, a bunch of them. No. Who's on the naughty list? Well, it's not my husband. That's a good thing.
Which cabinet members did you say?
Oh, on the cabinet members. Oh, this is fun. Let's see. Cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy. Because I had to miss the event where he was training falcons. I don't know if you know that. Bobby trains falcons, and we were out of town, and he had the event without us. So Bobby's on my naughty list.
Bobby's on the naughty list.
Bobby's on the naughty list.
What do you want?
Cheryl Hines is on the good list, because we love Cheryl.
We love Cheryl.
Cheryl's awesome.
What do you want for Christmas?
What do I want for Christmas? This is silly. I want Andy Wolf to recover, our guardsman who was shot. We were at the hospital with him today. And so if everybody can pray for his family, that's what we all want. And that's what we were celebrating Christmas at the hospital today with them. So that's what we want.
Absolutely, and you're doing great work.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much.
It's
Merry
good to
Christmas.
see you.
Good seeing you too.
Tell that Jesse we love him.
I'll tell him.
He's on the naughty list.
Yeah, the live show for the Bobby and Rex, I think, something that's black every once in a while. So there's probably some accuracy.
So wait, we're going
Yes.
question. I sent an email that I think it was Jasmine that had to go. It was for clarification on the restrictions, because you guys sent in the Morehouse restrictions, Kennedy Center restrictions, and then you said CBS restrictions, and there were some contradictions with dates and all that. We ordered some gifts to everyone. Do you know? I haven't gotten a response yet on this email. Do you know who else I could send it to, or how I could get some sort of response? We had some very specific questions, you see.
I'm afraid everyone on this team is very tied up right now, so I can't really answer that question. But
you don't know who?
Who did you send the email to?
Just the PR.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're all tied up right now.
To whom could I forward it? I mean, it's a legal thing, so it's like urgent.
Yes.
Because I don't want it to not go out the way you want it to. We want to do what you want. But
so what are the questions?
There they are. Okay. So the CBS said, references a December 7th show live broadcast, December 23rd airing. The CBS restrictions say clips are not recorded until the show is over on the East. Does that refer to December 7th or December 23rd?
23rd.
Okay.
So the red carpet is fine.
Yeah, we know that.
Anything in the show?
Right.
No.
Right, but the show, all your restrictions only have to do with the show, because the red carpet is Reuters.
Right.
So you have CBS restrictions and you have Kennedy Center restrictions, and they're different.
Right.
Which ones are we supposed to follow is the question. They have different things about the dates. For example, you also said the CBS sheets say that local shows can use it pre-tape programs 7 days before the 23rd, but over here you're saying they are not permitted to air until after the broadcast.
I see.
You see, they actually contradict.
Right. I'm afraid that's above my pay grade.
I know.
I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Right, so that's why I was just wondering to whom I could forward it, who really would know.
I don't know who would be able to tell you that in this moment. I'm sorry.
Or even tonight or tomorrow?
Probably tomorrow, but
right,
tonight, I think someone tomorrow would be able to get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, we're otherwise tied up.
How's it going? How you been?
It's crazy. It's busy. Yes.
No, it's been great. You guys did an awesome job.
Thank you.
Let me ask you if we have a ticket, are we supposed to get that? Or do we go
Yeah, did you not get yours? Just did you check? Oh no, you definitely have a ticket.
I forgot to ask her to check it, but I can do it.
Yeah.
Should I wait till the end?
I would definitely wait till the end at this point. Did you get a hold of Jasmine?
Yeah, so they're going to take care of it. They were.
And then you asked her for an exact
That's fine. Take your time. I appreciate it.
anything on red carpet is that's fine. But in the show, we can't take photos of the show because that's CBS, and it will be live on the 23rd of December. Yeah. Yes. The in-house shots of the box where the president will be are fine. Yeah, but of the show, yeah. Yes. I'm not sure, but I can.
So I just want to clarify, over here you're saying that these clips cannot, there's clips that we're going to get later in the show, cannot be broadcast until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay.
Of the show. Nothing in the show can be broadcasted.
Before the 23rd?
Correct.
Okay. That's new, because usually we can do those clips. Okay.
CBS has the rights to those because they're the the production sponsor.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again. Assuming the president's walking the plan?
I think so.
And what's your name, so I know?
Amanda.
Amanda, and your last name?
Fisher.
Fisher, thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, I thank you for your patience. I don't
No.
thing, and these are
trying,
on my pay grade.
right, we're just trying to do what you want, and we're confused, so we don't want to.
I know it's tough with both.
Yeah,
institutions
exactly.
having involvement with it.
They're saying the clips. So the clips of the show at all, nothing except red carpet until the 23rd.
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, my understanding is that pictures of the president in his suite are fine, but nothing in the show.
Right, it's not pictures. We're asking really about the milk stuff that he's going to record, right? So that not until the 23rd. Okay.
Yes. That's my understanding.
Okay, and there's a difference here. CBS says 1 minute and then 2 minutes, and then the Kennedy Center says 3 minutes. We're just going to leave it to 2 minutes. And
I would just play it
exactly
that
playing
way.
it safe and right. So, but the biggest question was that first one with the dates. Thank you.
No problem.
I texted her, she didn't answer.
I know
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We've got to back up. Okay. We've got to back up. You guys, we've got to back up, and we need the rope and stanchion up. I'm going to put this on our feet if we back up.
These CBS restrictions are new, right?
That was the whole, we had a whole
I missed the scene. I was like over here. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
There's a difference with the CBS emails versus what they have assigned for the multiple.
Yes. On the side? It's like, I agree with that.
We came here on the pretense of water collection.
Okay, say that.
I didn't know you were back there. Do you want to be up here in case? Sure.
Great.
But you have to run this device.
I did. Okay, just I need you to step on the other side of this. There we go.
I'll need to be
Yep, you need to be right where I am.
where you are.
Yep,
The mic-
I'm giving you the mic.
Mike will go. Jeff. You folks in front of us think about appreciate that. Yep.
Yeah, right. Somebody hasn't eaten enough today. Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing else. I tried.
We'll make it.
Is he here, Jeff?
Yes.
Hello.
I'm John.
Yes, John, we met this morning, or this afternoon.
We spoke on Friday.
Yes, but I was standing here earlier.
Oh my gosh, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you. Is this your team? Is this your team?
Yeah, he's right there.
What's his name?
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, that's great.
That's why I was doing it. Hold on. There we go.
This is where I want to be. I was just saying, if he ends up walking down the line, then he'll probably just stop on the spot and take questions. That's what he did for Landis. So if he just stops somewhere in the middle, that's best for him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although he kind of stopped in 3 different places. But we'll see.
I should have been here the whole time. I found at the very end and I missed Stallone and all the people didn't walk down to the print people. I could use a quote from him. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, this is one of the most prestigious nights in American arts, and you are hosting, I understand, tonight the first president to do that. What does this mean personally, also the chairman of the Kennedy Center?
Well, it's very exciting being chairman, but maybe more importantly, saving this incredible structure and building and concept. And it's done so well. You know, we've raised a tremendous amount of money tonight for the building itself and for charities overall. And we're really happy. It's going to, I mean, you see the way it's been received has been like it's never been before. And this building, this beautiful building, is going to be brought back to life. We've already started. And it'll be better tan it was from day one.
Do you guys represent storytelling of American legends? What do these honorees represent to you tonight here at the Kennedy Center?
Well, we have great honorees. This is a group that really is unique. I think it's one of the, I mean, look, over the years I've been watching, and you've had some wonderful honorees, but I think this is really very much unparalleled. So we're going to see how it turns out. I think it's going to be a great evening.
And first Lady Melania, can I ask you about your upcoming video? Can you tell us anything about that?
My film will be out on January 30th. So looking forward to it, and I hope people will come and see it. It will be 20 days in my busy life before inauguration.
We look forward to seeing that. And what does tonight mean to you? You have celebrated the arts and design as part of your journey. Tell us what tonight means to you.
Well, it really means we're bringing back the capital, Washington, D.C. If you look back a year ago, it was a very unsafe place. Beautiful but unsafe, but it wasn't properly kept. It was not in good condition. Now it's in very good condition, and as you know, crime has been brought down to a level that nobody's ever seen here before, so we're very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what do you think of the Netflix Warner Brothers deal?
Kennedy Center, Mr. President,
Say it?
do you think the center will eventually be named the Trump Kennedy
I don't know. I hear that, but I don't know. That's not up to me. That's up to the board. The board makes that decision. We have a very prestigious board. If you look at the names, I don't think there's a board like it. So that would be up to the board. Thank you.
Do you willing to take a foreign policy question?
Say it?
Foreign policy question?
Well, I think maybe not tonight.
Russia, Ukraine?
This is about the Kennedy Center. Okay. Thank you.
What about Netflix and Warner Brothers?
Well, that's got to go through a process, and we'll see what happens. Netflix is a great company. They've done a phenomenal job. Ted is a fantastic man. I have a lot of respect for him, but it's a lot of market share. So we'll have to see what happens.
President Trump, who's on your list?
Yeah, I looked at the list today. I can't tell you that yet, but a lot of people want to be on my list. You'd like to be on the list.
I don't know about that, but I have a question, Mr. President. How have you prepared to host tonight?
Well, maybe I haven't prepared. Maybe you want to be a little bit loose. If you look at the great hosts, Johnny Carson, Bob Hope, those are the greats. If you look at the not-so-greats, like Jimmy Kimmel, he was just terrible. But no, I think you want to be just loose and not a lot to prepare for. You know what you have to be? You have to be yourself.
I've been asking your cabinet tonight, is this going to be more Johnny Carson or Don Rickles?
Well, Don, I knew them both, and they were both great guys and friends of mine. Both difficult, very difficult, but great. I mean, I was really very close to both of them. You can't compare them; they were very different.
Why did you want
Johnny Carson for hosting was top of the line.
President Trump, Jesse Waters has a question for you. What was your favorite moment of 2025? It was a big year.
I think when Jesse Waters interviewed me, it was such a phenomenal interview. He's a great guy, and you're a great guy. You're doing a very good job out there. I'm proud of you.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Who is on your naughty list this year?
Oh, that's a long list. I better not tell you, would start a problem out there in the world. No, we have a pretty big naughty list, but our country is doing well. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And a year ago, we were a dead country. We were a dead country that was laughed at all over the world. We're the hottest country in the world.
What would be the implications?
Jesse Waters is terrific.
What would be the implications, Mr. President, of the Supreme Court overturning your authority on the tariffs, the emergency authority? What would be the implications for the economy and for the country?
Well, we have a right to go a different form of tariffs. We have a right to go licensing. We have a right to go other ways. But the form of tariffing, as we call it, the current form of tariffing that's before the court, gives us great national security, more than anything else, because it allows the president to act quickly and effectively, swiftly, and make a decision. And as you know, I ended 8 wars. We're trying to end a 9th, and we thought this would be maybe one of the easier ones. We just did Rwanda and Congo, and that was going on for 30 years. The Russia-Ukraine, I thought was going to be a little bit easier, but it's not being made easy. It's a very tough war, very nasty. 27,000 people died last month, mostly soldiers. I will say that, I really think this is really a night of joy tonight because of what's happening with this building. It's going to be fantastic when you see the end product. It's going to be better than it was new, and I think we'll celebrate that. But I will say that our country is doing really well.
Some Republicans have expressed concern about using the tariffs, the revenue for a dividend, saying we should be paying down the national debt.
Well, we will.
What's your thought on that?
But I also think that, we're making so much money with tariffs that we'll also be able to make a nice dividend to middle-income people. We're talking about middle-income and lower-income people. We're not talking about dividends to rich people. But there's so much money being made from the tariffs, and countries that were taking advantage of us for many, many years are not taking advantage of us anymore. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money from countries that we were losing lots of money to. And you know what? They're okay with it. They're not complaining. They're not complaining about the tariffs. I'd rather not have them, but they're not saying there's anything wrong. And the big thing is, in the court, we have tremendous flexibility with the current system. It's unbelievable for national security. I've ended 8 wars, largely because of trade and because of tariffs. If we go the other tariff route, and there are other routes we can go, but it won't give you the same pure national security as this one. This one is swift and very powerful.
Mr. President, what's the next step in Russia-Ukraine talks? What's your next step in Russia-Ukraine talks after last week's negotiations?
So we've been speaking to President Putin, and we've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders, including President Zelensky. And I have to say that I'm a little bit disappointed that President Zelensky hasn't yet read the proposal. That was as of a few hours ago. His people love it, but he hasn't. Russia's fine with it. Russia, I guess, would rather have the whole country when you think of it. But Russia is, I believe, fine with it, but I'm not sure that Zelensky's fine with it. His people love it, but he hasn't read it. So someday you'll explain that one to me, Jeff.
I don't have an explanation, sir. What's the next step in that process?
Raymond, thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Say hello.
Thank you.
What would you like to see Sylvester Stallone do as a Hollywood ambassador in Hollywood?
He is automatic. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he is one of the ambassadors, as you know. And he's already been doing that. Look, all he has to do is be himself. If Sly is himself, that's all he can be. If he tries to be somebody else, it wouldn't be good. He's a great guy. He's done a fantastic job, and he really deserves this honor. It's something he's wanted for years. And this is bigger than it's ever been. I mean, I don't want to say why. I refuse to say why. But you take a look at this line. Last year, if you look at this line, it was not this. It was a different thing.
Why are you and the First Lady expending so much time, so much energy in revivifying and remaking the Kennedy Center?
It's not the Kennedys. Look, Bobby Jr. is doing a fantastic job. It's not the Kennedys. It's our country. We're bringing our country back, and we're bringing D.C. back, Washington, D.C. We're bringing our capital. It's a safe place now.
No, I mean the
It was a very
Kennedy
unsafe.
Center. The center itself. Why are you so focused on revivifying?
Because it could never be built again. It's got three massive places, call them. You have different stages, dance, theater, and you have a place that we're going to be in tonight that there's really nothing like it in the country. And if this disappeared, you'd never be able to build it again. And I'm able to save it because that's what I used to do for a living, really, is, well, maybe better than anybody else. I could take something and spend less money than other people and make it better than anybody else could. The Kennedy Center has a chance to be unbelievable. And, you know, I mentioned yesterday something very important, sound. It's like sometimes you could say, like people, you either have it or you don't. Great sound in this building. A lot of times, and you know the Lincoln Center saga, they've rebuilt one building, most important building, they rebuilt it 4 times, and they've never been able to produce really great sound. The sound in the Kennedy Center has been incredible from day one. Call it luck or talent. Probably luck. There's a lot of luck involved. You know, the great sound buildings, the greatest in the world, are the old opera houses built in the 17 and 1800s in Europe. And they had one thing that was in common, lots of marble. And they didn't have sound engineers. They had lots of marble. And this has got great sound. Even right here in the hallway, the sound is fantastic. Thank you very much, Raymond.
Mr. First Lady, what do you want for Christmas this year?
I'm just curious to know how they have impacted your own personal enjoyment of art.
Well, are you talking about the 5 honorees? The 5 group with the 5 honorees? They are outstanding people. I had a rehearsal there, and every one of them very different. I said last night, totally different audience, but when you add them up, they're 100% of our country, and a big percentage of the world. So we have great honorees. There's going to be a lot of people. The president to host, and I love the concept of no president has ever hosted the Kennedy Center honorees, and it's very important that this building be great and that this building remain really, you know, I saved the building. You know, we raised a lot of money tonight, tremendous record numbers of dollars, a lot of money, and we've raised over $100 million over the last very short period of time. That's a lot of money, and that money goes into the rejuvenation and the rebuilding of the building, and a lot of it's already taken place. A lot of the things that you don't see have already taken place.
Mr. President, and you were saying you're saving the building. When will locals who come to the Kennedy Center, who live here, when will we start to see all of the changes? And do you have a timeline for when this will all be wrapped up?
Over the next 4 or 5 months, we're going to have it very well set. You see the outside, the columns, they're beautiful. You know, they had a fake gold color, and now they're beautiful, gleaming white. And everyone's talking about that. It sounds like not much of a change. It's a massive change. You know, the white against the white marble. The marble is being rejuvenated. They're great pieces of marble, but they've been let go and they've been tired. And I always say you can take a 100th of an inch off of a piece of marble and you have a brand new piece of marble, but nobody does that. It's not an easy process. But if you look on the outside of the building, people see already a very big difference.
Is the First Lady involved in the style and the change that happened here?
Yeah, she's got great taste. I'll ask her opinion. She liked the white as opposed to the fake gold. But they had the fake gold. You know, the one thing about gold, you can never imitate real gold. They've tried to do it for years. Paint, gold paint. Gold paint never works.
Mr. President.
You got to go for the real 24-karat gold. Yes.
Yes, sir. Is there another president other than yourself who you think would have done a good job hosting the Kennedy Center honors?
Hosting, yes. Building, no. You have a couple of politicians. They're very good on their feet, most of them.
Could you name one?
I would say the last one wouldn't have done too well out there. But we've had some great politicians. Excuse me, John F. Kennedy would have done a very good job, I was thinking. But building, no. I will build better than anybody. I build better than anybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, $23 million was made tonight, nearly doubling. $23 million was made tonight, nearly doubling last year.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Maybe we had something to do with it. I don't know. We doubled up last year. It's really much more than that because we've done over 100, not including tonight. We've done over $100 million already. And those are numbers that the Kennedy Center has never seen before. It's doing really well. Thank you for that question.
How is this and the big beautiful ballroom for the White House? How is this tied into?
You've done so much for American greatness. Talk to the next generation about how important the values are that you're celebrating tonight are to American greatness. Things like self-discipline, creativity, talent, those things.
Well, the young generation, I think, is going to grow up strong. We have a very different country than we had a year ago. A year ago, we had a country that was in big trouble. Now we have a country that's the talk of the world, and everybody's respecting us again, and young people are respecting us again, too. I won the young vote. The Republicans never win the young vote. I won it easily, and I want to thank Charlie, and I want to thank TikTok, and there are a lot of reasons for it, but there's never been a Republican who won the young vote, and I won the very young vote, so that's a good sign. Thank you.
Mr. President, why did you select Kiss for the honor this evening? Do you have a favorite Kiss song?
Well, I like them as people. I've listened to their music over the years. They are characters, too. They really are. I don't know if you saw last night the speeches. They were great. They really made some great speeches last night. And they're very popular. A lot of people write in and ask us to select. So, think of it. Sylvester Stallone was not picked for any of this stuff. He's one of the greatest movie stars of all time, based on revenue, based on, Rocky and Rambo and the numbers. No, I doubt. Maybe there's a couple of stars that have done something equal, but really there's nothing like it. So we're going to have a very exciting night. But Kiss is terrific.
Mr. President, two questions. What are you looking forward to most about hosting tonight? And number two, Secretary Duffy, since you are the master of the playlist out on the Rose Garden Club, what's your favorite song to listen to on the Rose Garden Club?
Well, I have so many different songs. And, look, Lee Greenwood really hit big with that. It was from day one. We put it on the first rally, and we never took it off, and he's great. But I have a lot of favorites, and I can tell you that we both love Elton John, special man. Special guy, and he's really talented. We like a lot of different. I like a lot of different songs, a lot of different types of music. I have a good playlist. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what would you like to see for American 250 here at the Kennedy Center?
Well, we're going to have a lot of events. Some of the UFC press. We're going to have the fighters coming over talking about the fights. It's a big deal. The UFC on June 14th. It's going to be June 14th next year. And they're building an arena. Great Dana White's building an arena. And they're going to have 8 or 9 championship fights, the biggest fights they've ever had. Everyone's a championship fight. And everyone's a legendary type of fight. He's actually holding back fights right now for 6 months so he can do it for this, for 250. I think 250 is going to be amazing. I think the arena is going to be 5,000 or 6,000 seats right in front of the front door of the White House, and 100,000 people in the back where they're putting up 8 or 10 very big screens. That's going to be an exciting night. So many people are asking for tickets to UFC. Thank you.
Mr. President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs.
I did. I met with Ted. I think he's fantastic. I think he's, in the history of Hollywood, has really been almost, you could say, nothing like what he's done. He'd go back to Louis B. Mayer, maybe, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM. Ted has done an incredible job. I mean, he had a company that was very troubled 7 or 8 years ago, and he took it over, and he's really done a legendary job.
Should they be allowed to buy Warner Brothers? Should Netflix?
Well, that's the question. They have a very big market share. And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell, and I'll be involved in that decision too. They have a very big market share.
Did he make any guarantees to you about the merger if they do merge?
No, not at all. He came up. He was in the Oval Office last week. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a great person. But he's done one of the greatest jobs in the history of movies and other things. He's got a lot of interesting things happening aside from what you're talking about. But it is a big market share. There's no question about that. It could be a problem.
Mr. President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs. In your opinion, what makes a song great?
Well, it's something that has to be soft and soothing to your ear. I like some songs that other people don't like, you know. That's
like
why
what?
You ever hear the expression, that's why they have menus in restaurants. We're all different. We all order different things. Otherwise, you just serve one meal and that would be it.
Are you a country music fan?
But I love country music. And we have the king of country music tonight. So that's another one.
President Trump, will you rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Center?
It's not up to me. We have a board of 40 people that are really the most prestigious people in the United States. We have the honorary chairwoman on the board, right? As the First Lady, she's honorary chairwoman. But it's a really prestigious board, and that's up to them. I don't know what they're doing about that.
And can you tell us about
Look, we are saving the Kennedy Center.
And can you tell us how did you choose the nominees today, the winners today?
Yeah, we went through probably 50 different names. We were politicked by a lot of people, some of them the stars themselves. But we went through 50 names and we picked the 5, and we're very happy with it. They're very different audiences, but as I said just down the line, they're different audiences, but when you add them up, it's 100% of the public. Thank you.
Mr. President, Venezuela.
Talk about the Prime Minister party and Mexican President Sheinbaum when you were here.
Right. Mexico and Canada, we met with as you know, it was pretty well, a lot of people were here, right here we met. And the Prime Minister of Canada, President of Mexico, and we spoke for a half hour. Very good, very productive. Talked mostly trade.
Will you restart negotiations with Canada?
Oh, look, I have a great relationship with Canada. They're very tough traders, but I have a very good relationship with the Prime Minister and with Canada.
You had said you would halt those negotiations earlier after the terror.
Well, I have halted them.
And so will you restart that?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the problem is Canada makes a lot of things that we don't need because we make them also. But we'll work it out. Look, Canada's a special place, and they really are good at ice hockey, aren't they?
Mr. President, hosting the Kennedy Center honors or preparing for the State of the Union.
Well, could I answer that question after the show's over?
Give it to me, absolutely.
I'll give it to you after the show's over. This is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I hosted The Apprentice when it was the #1 show on television. We did 42.5 million people that night. It was a little different television than it is now. We had more people watching in those days.
Are you regretting not
Mr. President, in terms of ratings for this year's Kennedy Center?
I think it'll do great. I think it's going to do great. Ratings are complicated now because you have streaming added on and everything else, but I think it'll do very big. I mean, just based on what you see right here. If you came here last year, you saw a line that was about 1/10 this size. You weren't even here last year, right?
Are you sorry not hosting your first administration?
For hosting this year's Kennedy Center. You have so much on your plate.
I do. I have a lot on my plate, and I didn't really prepare very much. I read a little bit. I have a good memory, so I can remember things, which is very fortunate. But I want to just be myself. So you have to be yourself. Johnny Carson, he was himself.
Are you sorry for not
politicization? Do you think the Kennedy Center is now better serving all Americans?
I think it is. I think it's been really enhanced very greatly over the last 10 months, meaning since we've been here. And we're making it great. We're going to make it physically great as a building. So you won't even believe how beautiful it'll be. And we saved the Kennedy Center. That's a big thing. Thank you.
But don't go fast. I'm standing away from you, Wolf.
Don't move.
keep my notes.
What's up, man? Right here's good. Right here. Right here. Yep. Perfect. Congratulations, actually. Right.
From Reuters, how are
I
you?
would talk at the same time.
Yeah.
No, we'll go one. Well, no, we'll go.
No,
All right, so here we go. Congratulations. What did you
So what does it mean to be here without Mr. Freeland?
It's still a celebration, and we can mourn him and celebrate what we've accomplished. I'm really the child of the American dream. We came here with nothing. Our parents were people who fled during World War II and aspired to something great, worked hard, and never expected a handout, and we're the result of that. So it's an honor to be here.
And what's the secret to giving the performances that you do that are so iconic?
I think you're always trying to please yourself. If you're second guessing the public, you're going to go wrong. It's like a relationship where it falls apart and you say, I thought you wanted me to be like this. So the best thing you can do is be yourself, and if you please yourself, you'll please someone else.
Authenticity?
That's what authenticity is.
Well, you've been critical of President Trump in the past.
Didn't make it. It would have been a great honor, but his daughter Monique and his wife Jeanette are going to be here, and we're going to make sure that, I spoke with President Trump, he confirmed there's going to be an empty chair beside us in memory of Hayes.
Speaking of the president, what are your hopes for his hosting duties tonight? Do you think he'll be extra funny?
Always going to be great. He's always been in show business, and Shakespeare knew this stuff before you guys did. The whole world's a stage, and we're just all actors. You don't dress like that for no reason. You're aware people are going to be looking at you, and you wear shirts because you want people to think you're in a band. Come on. And the reason I wear it all the time is because the sun never sets on planet cool.
From Reuters and Reuters.
How come your words are too small? See?
I know.
Look at AP, that's cool, but you need bigger.
Well, thank you. You're
NPR, nobody cares. Oh.
Can I quote you that you said that? I need a bigger platform to stand on.
Yeah.
Tell me, what does this mean to you?
You have to speak up, I'm in a band.
What does it mean to you to be here, to be with your family?
Well, we all started before you were born, half a century ago, before cell phones and digital stuff. And we did it the old-fashioned way. We got into a station wagon, and we go across America, and like the original politicians, take your platform to the people. And we were never a critics band, but those critics are all dead.
What did you tell your wife when you found out you were going to get this award?
He said you got to go buy a dress.
Or two. You good?
I'm a friend of President Trump for a long time. We've known him. Celebrity friend. What's your take on his job? He's supportive of the way he's handling it.
Well, you can.
I'll be interested to see what you think.
Yeah, but it's all nonsense. It's all clickbait. When I was first starting to vote, there used to be a curtain, and you voted anonymously.
Put a year into it, and I'm turning 80 December 20th, so it's been a great year for me. And this has been a great time. So God couldn't have given me more stuff from a kid from the streets of Brooklyn. I can't believe who's in the White House. Holy mackerel, the White House. Wow. Congratulations, Ken. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll still talk to me.
No, I was from Williamsburg. My brother lives in Queens, and my sister lives in Queens.
I was born in Astoria. My daughter was
Okay, that's where they live, Astoria.
So I'm with Reuters. So tell me, with this what this means to you here?
I'm just so honored to.
I wish my parents were here to see it. And again, we lost our guitarist 5 weeks ago. He had a horrible accident. I wish he was here. It's a dream. It's like almost surreal. Our world is nothing like the Oval Office. I was in last night, with the president. And you can tell my wife, I have not slept. Last night, I finally laid my head down. I slept 9 hours, which was a miracle that I had insomnia. And I couldn't believe today that I was going to be sitting, here and meeting all these. It's very exciting. It's my heart is beating like a trip.
Record coming out December 19th.
Yes.
So it was on December 19th.
And my birthday's the 20th. I'm turning 80. And although I feel 20 in my brain, but the body's starting to feel 53 years of drumming. But
what do you, my son's in drums. So what do you tell musicians who are young, who are coming up?
My father loved big bands, and he put on a Benny Goodman album with Gene Krupa, who was my idol. And I heard Sing, Sing, Sing. And I knew immediately that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a drummer. And I worked in the butcher shop, and I bought this old set of drums at $200. They took it out of their pay. I took them home, and I never stopped playing. And music first, I had no idea of buying a big house and having a lot of money. It's always been about the music and from the heart. Either you got it or you don't. And even if not, just to play an instrument is a God-given gift. I mean, my mom used to say wasted talent. I don't know if you ever saw Bronx Tale, but that's how she was. And my grandmother would cut your hair and get a real job. My mother would leave him alone, just let him play his drums. So thank God for my mother. I know she's looking down.
And you tell new drummers to keep practicing.
Yes. Keep practicing. I still have a practice pad when I watch TV, and I play along with the commercials. I think I'm adding something to the music. So just play and enjoy it, and don't think above it all. Just enjoy the moment, because it goes fast. I mean, I don't believe I'm turning 80 next week, and here I am at the Kennedy Center. So that's my information for drummers. Thank you so much. God bless you. It's good to be the Brooklyn girl.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good.
Can you tell us a little bit about Ace and who you faced much time?
We were very close. Ace and I lived near each other. I watched these early morning. Wife and dad.
And also for the
shows how it was. But I was really
So performing ahead of time.
I listen.
Yes, I'm in the tribute for Michael Crawford, and I'll be singing Music of the Night and Phantom of the Opera.
What does it mean to be singing
I am on cloud nine. I just can't believe that I get to be a part of this, and to honor such an icon in all of music. This is so well deserved to have initiated this role, to really formed it. It's in the fabric of our culture. So you hear the music and you hear his interpretation of it, and you know exactly what it is. So it's an honor to be asked to do and be a part of that. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Arlene with Florida. How are you?
What's your name?
Arlene.
Hello, Arlene.
And what will you be performing today? So what does it mean to you to be performing?
I'm performing in honor of my friend Gloria Gaynor, and I'm going to be performing 2 songs that I did on her album Testimony, which she won a Roots Gospel Grammy, and she actually presented me with my Grammy, and it was the first year that they had that category, and I won it, and then she called me out of nowhere like a year later, and she was like, personally, nobody does that, and she called me personally, and she was like, hey, I want to win that gospel Grammy like you did, and I know you know how to win one, so I want you to come do it with me. So I did the record with her, and she actually won it.
Can you just play a little bit of what we're going to say?
So we're going to do just going to start with an a cappella version. That's just like on the album, with Jason Crabb and Chris Blue and I. And we're going to do, it's going to go like, through the storm, through the night, lead me home to the light. Take my hand, caress of love,
You deserve a second Grammy. That is beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank
She's
you.
going to love it. She's going to love it.
Thank you. It's going to be amazing, man. And it couldn't happen to a more deserving person. She is a beautiful ray of sunshine for all of us who know her. So.
Well, we women just think of her as strength and power.
That's what she is. That's what she is. All my friends, all the young kids, she uses some people in my band sometimes, they can't keep up with. She's 84 years old and she's still traveling the world doing it. So, yeah. Thank you all.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Arlene with Reuters. How are you?
Chris Blue.
Will you be performing today?
Yes, ma'am. I'm performing for Gloria Gaynor with Mike Ferris and Jason Crabb, two gospel goats and legends in their own right, and I'm honored to be here.
It's wonderful. What are you performing?
What will I be performing? I'm performing a song called Precious Lord, Take My Hand. And it's a classic gospel song that I grew up singing, in fact, in church. And so to be able to sing that song here on this platform with this amazing group of people is going to be something truly special. I'm really excited about it. So I just told Mike this in the dressing room. I said, I'm surrounded by all the people that know her. Like her pastor is my pastor. The label that she did her gospel record on is my label. So I'm surrounded by everybody that knows and loves her and people that she loves. I haven't had the privilege of meeting her yet. So tonight's the night. I'm excited. I cannot wait to meet her. It's gonna be cool.
And is that your beautiful wife?
This is my beautiful wife behind me. Come on in here. I know it. Listen, this right here is the better half. Let me tell you.
Absolutely beautiful. Don't I come with her?
I did well. I married way up. Way. That's right. My name is Chris Blue, like the color blue.
And where are you from?
So I'm from Tennessee. From Knoxville, Tennessee. Yes.
One of our cameramen from Tennessee.
Oh yeah?
He left the accent out.
Good old Rocky Top. You can't beat Rocky Top.
He's a great actor.
He is a great actor.
Thank you. Thank you. Have fun tonight.
Thank y'all.
What did it mean for you to get the call to do this performance? Who hit you up? How did you know you were going to be doing this?
Man, so it was crazy. I was at work. So I'm a worship pastor at my church, and I was just hanging out with my family, working, and I got the call, and I kind of froze up. I couldn't believe it was somebody from our team, and so I was just like, wait a minute, what? I have this what? I hung up the phone because I didn't think they were serious. They called back and said, no, listen, this is not a joke, it's real, and so get ready. Here we are. Ready? Absolutely. Yes, sir. Without a doubt. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is a historical night. It's a new Cameron Center, a new host, a new everything. How does it feel to be part of this opportunity?
As I've never been here before, so it's very, very exciting, and it sounds as though it has great things ahead. So I wish I could still sing as strongly, because I'd love to come back here and perform. I could come back and sing something worthwhile.
When you first saw this, no one had
Initially, when Andrew said, he said this is good, it's going to be so I couldn't we must have the auditorium. And I said, foolishly, yes, and I'd love to. And I thought he was thinking of it for the part of Nauru. And I had no idea. So I studied Nelson Eddy's and studied those for about 6 or 7 months until Andrew brought me in, and I said, well, Andrew, I said, you got your Raoul? And he said, yes, we got it yesterday. He said, I want you for that. And I said, the old one? The ugly one? Wow. It took off from there. It was very
Charlie from Brighton, how are you?
Go.
And you brought a beautiful day.
I certainly have. This is my daughter Faith.
Hey, thank you for being here with us. What does it mean for Dad to be here?
See, it really doesn't know. But for me, it's a big thing. So, Kennedy Center Honors has been something I've really respected and participated in throughout the last few decades. And so I'm here to just keep alive the tradition. And I'm trying to sort of revivify the whole idea that we can still come together and celebrate the arts. And, it doesn't have a political overlay, at least for most of us.
The president is very involved in this.
He really is. It's extraordinary. And he actually, I didn't realize how much work and the money he's dedicated to redoing the center. It's amazing. The word is that it was pretty much falling down. I remember here the last time with Jerry Herman, I was like, looking pretty shaky. And it was not a good thing. So, I'm really excited about it. Yeah. That's all. I wanted to say hi to Michael myself. Meet my daughter Faith. Hello, Alfred. Hi. Here's the man.
And Michael,
go ahead and say it.
Hello, we're reporters. Hi, can you also talk to me about what it means to be here? Congratulations.
Thank you. It means I'm speechless. It's so humbling. But at the end of a career, I didn't expect a phone call like that to say you're going to be honoured. And it was just mind blowing.
So you've worked for it your whole life.
But you don't think about that. I think we go to do, and we all go to do and do our job the best we can, and you don't do it for reward. The reward is having full houses. That's the excitement, and to have gone with Phantom to have such audiences in England, and then in New York, and then in LA. We went to. It was amazing to see people sleeping outside, to people waiting for tickets, and you dream of stuff like that.
What does it mean that your music that you're performing with the show is so iconic on both sides?
I said before, I started studying American film, unknowingly study, but from when I was about 7 years of age, seeing Buster Keaton and Harold Lloyd, and watching the truthfulness of their comedy. It was dramatic. What they did was dramatic, and you saw them fall and Laurel and Hardy. But it's brilliantly done. It's absolutely brilliantly done, and you keep that inside you, and you analyse it, and the further you move on in your career, to then work with Gene Kelly and me to work with him for months on end on Hello Baby, I learned a discipline growing up. I learned to be brave. You had strength. You worked from the tips of your fingers to the tips of your toes, and that's where a character comes from. And that applied to the Phantom. So I made it hurt every night. It hurts to use the entire. It's athletic. And hopefully that gets through to
What would you tell young artists as a change?
To watch people and feel the truth when you're performing a part. Live it.
live it for those few minutes that you're playing it, or those few hours that you're playing it. Live those moments, live that life of the lyric that you're singing. Live it, understand. Billiard Blues by Sondheim. They should make you weep when you sing. They're amazing, and it's all American. So I owe you a great deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How are you, Johnny? Johnny, how are you? Oh, yeah. We've been on a red carpet with Golden Globes. Look, President Trump is hosting. It's kind of different. What do you think? Now, your house is on the northern classes.
Is that Arturo Sandoval?
Yeah.
I think that's Arturo Sandoval.
You want to know what's the symbol?
Have you been organized?
Always money.
There you go. What do you want to tell Kenzie Waters? Is that me here? What do you want to tell her?
Well, I enjoy being more
Who's here?
right now at the White House. What was your reaction when you can hear all the way out into the park?
I rang everyone I knew and said, watch the news, watch the news. It was on the news in England of the recording that we made, and you could hear, and it was mind-blowing. I mean, it's not something you would ever think would happen to you. The President of the United States was playing your music, and it was on the news coming out of the White House. So extraordinary. So it's, I really appreciate having him appreciate the music.
Now, when you spent a lot of time with him last few days, what's your take on how he's leading the country? Are you supportive of the job he's doing?
I have no idea. I'm not here politically. I'm here as an artist, and I love the Kennedy Center has always done a good job, and it's been an institution which I hope now is continue, and so much more investment we hear is going into it, so it'll be even better.
The pandemic took a toll on Broadway, as you know, and just live theater. What needs to be done to bring it back and put more bodies in the seats?
Well, I think COVID was the turning point, so who knows? It's the same all over the world. It's taking a long time for people to come back, to want to travel a certain amount of distance to go to the theatre. So it's been very damaging. I haven't worked since COVID. There's not the same demand for larger shows, larger musicals. Disney is still doing stuff, and that's admirable. And there's a great new show called Paddington Bear.
Arturo,
What are you doing?
How you doing?
I'm in Reuters. ¿Cómo estás? Un placer.
So here we are. Lady first, man, come on. Lady first.
Thank you. First, could you just talk to me about what it means to have your music here as part of this?
Actually, it's not my music. I'm going to play for his brother, Sylvester Stallone. I'm going to play the theme of Rocky. Gonna fly now. Gonna fly now. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna play for him.
It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And what does it mean for you to be here?
Oh my goodness, I got this last year, December 8th, 24, and it's a huge honor, you know, especially for the guy. I came from the countryside, the island of Cuba, and I was a kind of a hopeless kid, you know. And when I get to this country, God opened so many doors for me, and I'm so grateful to the U.S. I love this country like nobody.
I'm going to talk to you on Cuban.
Nobody's perfect.
My father's from Malacca, my mother's from La Habana.
Wow, we grew up in Artemisa, a little village in Pinal del Rio, you know. And my father was a car mechanic, and we were so poor, you know. And I made music saved my life, and I did one album in Cuba. Since I'm in the U.S., I did 49, 30 nominations, 11 Grammys. Kennedy Center Honor and Presidential Medal of Freedom.
When you look at the Cubans today, the ones who are coming over now,
I cry. The people are starving, struggling, and hopeless, which is the bottom. When you feel completely hopeless, you hit the bottom, you know, and it's horrible. So it's 67 years of dictatorship, with no freedom, with no respect or any human right, with no election, with no nothing. The whole cities are full of garbage, tons of garbage all over, and it's a lot of virus in the country. A lot of people are dying in the daily. Unbelievable. It's something so horrible. You know, it's one of my biggest dreams to see Cuba free again.
and what is his music and what has the United States opened? ¿Qué puertas se abrieron en los Estados Unidos?
Everything. I just get here, I start teaching in the university in Florida. In Florida, I have to making records. I got all kind of recognition. I wrote a lot of score for movies. I wrote the last two scores for Clint Eastwood, The Mule and Richard Jewell. You know, I cannot ask anything else from God because I think I've been so blessed, you know, extremely blessed. And my family, my son here with me, he's very successful graphic artist. By the way, he just flew today from Miami from the Art Basel. He got his own place in Art Basel for many years. And I cannot be more happy. I celebrated 50th anniversary, wedding anniversary with my wife. I'm blessed all the way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Associate. That's the associate. Well, I care about America being strong and being able to protect ourselves, and we need to find more ways to get more wealth to the middle class and blue-collar people. And I think we're doing things now in America to hopefully create jobs and get more wealth to the lower half of the black community.
Have you been nominated this year? Frank, how are you? You've been nice this year?
She is the best person. What'd you say?
I was asking you about the FIFA event that you were at. Trump said there may need to be a name change for the NFL because of football. What do you think of that whole thing? American football.
I'm going to let the experts deal with that. Football to me is American football.
Get on the other side. Thank
I just love the baby. Great musician. He's an incredible human being. Rainy and pray for Stallone. We share something in common because we smoke cigar at the same time as cigar. I feel a friend from Dominican. He's a very close to Galito friend. and Carlitos No, I know. All these mics are kind of no, sir. No, because I don't want to have the intelligence in any form, in anything. Besides that, you can compare. I have two friends who are the very best in the world. They have no competition. No competition. And Carlito is very close to Sylvester Stallone. And I met him 2 or 3 times together with Carlito in this event, this bar event. I'm going to be so happy to play for him. And he's a version of Main of Focus. He was a dear friend, really incredible trumpet player. He made that song very popular, Main of Focus. And that's the version I can play, Main of Focus. Oh, and on heaven, man. I can imagine. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I finished already. Nobody interested. How are you?
I'm doing great. The AP, how are you?
AP, I'm Reuters.
You're Reuters? Okay.
So we'll start here. How are you?
I'm doing great.
All right, so here we are at the Kennedy Center. Quite a diversity of inductees, from rock bands to Broadway stars, disco stars, country, and of course Rocky Rambo.
It couldn't get more American. It couldn't get better. I mean, America's where disco was founded. America's where country western and country music was founded. Rocky, I mean, can you get any more American than that? And Kiss, the rock and roll era, and probably one of the greatest rock bands of all time. So I am so excited. And then theater as well is included in there. I'm so excited. I think it's a great class of inductees, and I'm really looking forward to hearing tonight the music.
Now tonight's host. What are your hopes for tonight's host, and what do you think he's going to be able to pull off?
And who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the president.
President Donald J. Trump, the chairman of the Kennedy Center. Well, he is the master of communication. He's the master of the arts. I mean, President Trump loves the arts. This is why he said, when he saw what was happening to the Kennedy Center with fiscal mismanagement and allowing this beautiful building to fall apart, he said, we can't let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. And he worked really hard to make sure that money was made available to rebuild this and make sure they fixed it and brought it up to par and get it in its fiscal house in order. So I think tonight we're going to see an incredible statesman and an incredible showman at the same time on stage.
And then my last question is, obviously, at the very beginning of this, there was a change in programming and what was considered, say, fandom, whatever. What are your thoughts on, as we move forward now, to how that adjusts and the type of content that does come to the
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
What I'm saying is that like there was some stuff that was no longer acceptable at the Kennedy.
Well, I mean, nobody is into garbage, DEI, LGBTQ+, all that stuff. Nobody wants that woke stuff. It's not entertaining. You want to see how the movie industry's been ruined in Hollywood by pushing and forcing down our throats this woke garbage. And the Kennedy Center said, we're going to bring in amazing art. I know that people in the media are shaking their heads and shocked by this, but I'm telling you, the American people don't want it. I know Reuters is offended that I just said that, and Reuters doesn't, they want the woke garbage, but we want arts that are just entertaining and not trying to force an agenda down our throats. And so I'm looking forward to it.
There's some probably in between those two that is acceptable.
We don't want woke garbage. We want entertainment, arts, beauty.
Okay, thank you.
Do you like woke garbage, PC, woke garbage?
I think that's up to the beholder to understand.
You're right. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, right? And you can tell by the amount of money that Hollywood is losing at such a rapid pace. They're crumbling right now, and nobody wants the woke garbage. And so thank God Ambassador Grinnell came in and said, we're not going to do that. We're going to push the great arts, and I think we're going to see that tonight. The class of inductees are not woke. They're not about LGBTQ+, i.e., DEI, none of that government stuff. They're just about entertaining the audiences and being excellent at the craft. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that, but I disagree with by just saying that some of them are that
I'm not saying that.
Not acceptable.
Are you kidding? The arts, LGBTQ, there's a lot of people who are that. But it used to be that there was just entertainment. It wasn't political. It wasn't trying to shove an agenda down our throats. And I know that the AP and Reuters, I can just see Reuters, she's over the front crying her eyes out because I'm saying all of this. But the fact is, the American people are the consumers of this, and they want to be entertained. They don't want to have a political agenda pushed on them. They don't want LGBTQ plus trans, DEI. They don't want that garbage. They want to sit where they spend their money and be entertained. And we haven't had that for the past several years. And I think Hollywood will come back when they realize that. So I'm looking forward to tonight. There's nothing PC about Kiss. They just put out great rock and roll. Nothing PC about disco. They put out great music. Nothing PC about George Strait. He put out the greatest country music ever. And I think this is just an incredible evening where everyone's welcome. Everyone's coming together. We get to put aside our differences. We get to let our mind be free of any political differences we have and just enjoy the arts. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Nice to see you.
Good, nice to see you.
So,
where are you from?
From Georgetown. So you're going to see tons of lawmakers, tons of politicians tonight. What's your message tonight? Anything that is in your wheelhouse and issues you're concerned about?
100%. Well, Chenille and I were blessed to have 3 beautiful children, but our first child, Johnny Christopher, was born when he was 20 months old, had pediatric cancer. So we've dealt with that for over 6 years, pediatric cancer, and 1 child every 2 minutes is diagnosed with this disease. I know President Trump has been working feverishly on trying to put more money towards pediatric cancer and other childhood life-threatening diseases, and that would be my message. We can never have enough money for our kids who are dealing with life and death and should be dealing with what to play with.
It's a really important issue. Since you mentioned President Trump, generally, what do you think of his job performance right now? Do you approve of kind of his leadership and how he's handling the country?
I think what he's doing in a lot of ways is fantastic, and I'm really excited to see where the country goes and how his policies are going to affect us, hopefully in a profound, positive way.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Angel, how are you?
Hey, Johnny, how are you?
Good to see
I'm
you.
a big fan of, your boss.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of him too, I think.
Yeah.
Well, come on in. Before I get to you, Mr. Angel, what are you wearing? This is gorgeous. Philip Pine. And who are you wearing?
Well, this is actually my costume shop made this for me, and this is based in all of my tattoos that I have. Jesse Waters, I can get you one. You can do all of your tattoos. But you don't have tattoos, Jesse, but we can get some. Have me on your show, Jesse. What are we waiting for? I'll do some magic for you.
Can you make him disappear?
For enough money, anything is possible. And then you can take this slot, but I don't think you can fill his shoes because I can't feel Paul Stanley shoes.
Look at those shoes. Look at those shoes. How are you?
Yeah.
All right.
Spoken our studio. How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you. How is this year? It feels like a dream. It's incredible. It's a dream come true. And because, as I said before, I've seen the people who have gone on before me. I've admired their talent, and to be counted among them is absolutely incredible. And I'm just floored. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It means to me that, because I say I have arrived. Yeah, I think I've arrived. But to be recognized in this way is at the pinnacle, and I'm so incredibly happy and honored and excited. That's right. Thank you. Hi.
Congratulations.
Can I ask one more question? Your music, your song is an anthem of strength to people, to women.
Yes.
What does it mean to you that you've become that symbol of strength, and how has that been part of your life?
It means to me that I am fulfilling my purpose, and I think that's something that everyone hopes to do in their lives, and I feel incredibly blessed that I'm able to do that, because not everybody realizes their purpose and are able to accomplish it. And so it feels like an accomplishment for me to be honored for that. Is like makes me happy beyond measure. Yes, absolutely.
So, I read many reports about since 2023, you've done a lot for Republicans. I was wondering why you support the Republican.
I support people who help people, period. I don't care.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna keep taking you down the carpet.
Miss Gaynor, how are you? Johnny from Fox, how's it going? So my favorite song is I Will Survive. Now, when people talk about Democrats, they were afraid, they were petrified. How are they going to
And you are allowed to tell them what you're doing in the show. We're just not telling the honoree.
Okay, so here we are. Who are you wearing tonight? 51 years ago. 50. Next year will be 50. Yeah, okay. Here I Will Survive with the music to this film. But still lives to be here tonight to while Sylvester was
His career has shown his versatility, writing, directing, acting without a doubt. He's shown to be well-deserved with this honor. And for me to be here, of course, after 50 years and still, not only still be alive, a lot of people from the early Rocky movie are not with us. But to be with Sly now, a wonderful pleasure.
Our tour song will be out there.
Yeah, our tour
about working with him, which you have in the past.
In the past, yes. Wonderful pleasure. The memories that we've had, I can't wait to reminisce. Of course, he doesn't know that I'm here now, but we'll do all that sharing as soon as the show is over.
That is great. Thank you so much, sir. He's behind you, I think.
I'm going to run into him. I'm going to
keep it surprised. Secretary Burgum.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. How's it going?
It's going great. You just have a little more for the moment there. It was just
That's amazing. Now, Roma hasn't done right. Roma. I'm just going to get one, right?
We will. Yeah. Roma. You have to stand here so we can all share. Instead of having him stand here and then we'll go out. If we stand here, we can all get it.
I can't show orders, as you know, so let us get up. You guys come on. Now, what do you want?
I think whatever you want, whatever you
Now, what do you want to tell the others? Mr. Stallone. Can you tell us, Mr. Stallone,
Stallone, congrats. Congrats. How does this feel? Yeah, okay. How does this feel for you to be here tonight, man?
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
Well, you know, it's kind of like being in the eye of a hurricane. You're not sure yet until you're able to analyze it. Like, this is an amazing event, but when you're caught up in the middle of it, it's hard to take it in until the next day. You know what I mean? But I'm incredibly humbled by it.
It's been quite a journey, what it took for you to make that film, after all the struggling act and all the things you had to do, to be here today, looking back on that struggle in making Rocky. How do you feel?
You know, it's interesting you say that because I've never been goal-oriented, ever. And a lot of people are shocked when I say that because you just do what you do. And I thought the Rocky, the one thing I have in common with 99% of the world, we're all underdogs. I mean, we all start out as underdogs. And we persevere and hopefully we kind of attain our vision. But that's the one thing that really, I think, was the key to Rocky. Is that you didn't have to be a white collar, blue collar. Everyone related to the struggle.
Particularly American, isn't it?
We say that, but it is American. It really is, because we came in fighting. Let's face it. You know, since the Pilgrims landed here, it's been an uphill battle.
You know, the president.
So yeah, we're very relatable to struggle.
This film captures that fight, which I think is part of its.
I know, but it wasn't like an obvious ploy. It just happened. You know. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
The president, Mr. Stallone, the president had such, is so, you know, he really finds so much emotion in your work and so much inspiration in your work. What does it feel like to have the president of the United States?
It's the ultimate, but it's one thing that we have in common. Even though he's been incredibly successful in his life, and we have, there's still a portion of us that consider ourselves underdogs. We're not completed works of art. We still have a long way to go to be really self-satisfied with who we are. It's an ongoing struggle, and that's what I think kind of blends us together, at least in my career.
Are you satisfied with who you are right now, or is there something lacking?
No, we got to work on the paint. We got to work on the outside a little bit. Yeah, I am to a point, but the satisfaction comes in the admiration of others. If you're admired, then you should be sort of satisfied with yourself. Like the fact that I have an amazing wife and children, and that's where the admiration comes from. In the beginning, whether actors like to admit it or not, they need the love of strangers, the admiration of people in the dark, the audience. But as you grow older, you realize you need the ones that have been with you throughout the struggle. And the audience, though valuable, they come second.
What did you tell your wife when you won this award?
Oh, I told her how much I love her, and that she's my award. Thank you.
Describe President Trump as the second George Washington. How do you feel now? You still feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I think he's an extraordinary man. This is the toughest job in the world, and it's really easy for people to be critical, and I get it. I mean, you are, because we're dealing with tremendous confrontation around the world. But I still, and I said it last night, I think he's an extraordinary human being. The one thing that people don't realize, and I've known him for 30 years, he's very, very gracious. Like, he'll remember your kids' names. He'll call, like, during a serious situation, he goes, oh, how's your mother? How's she doing? You know, little things, and no one knows about that. That's why the fellow I know is quite different than the way he's reported about. But I like the man a lot.
And you spent some time with J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Do you think he would be a good person to succeed the movement that Trump has started politically?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's really an elegant man. His wife's amazing. Kind of like my wife over here. You're beautiful. Come on, I love. Yeah, I found him to be very elegant in his demeanor. He was quite humbling. Not humbling, but he was quite generous in his words to me and to my family when he didn't have to be. I didn't expect him. So there's something about when you look at a man eye to eye, and just you can feel it, whether they're real or whether they're trying to be posturing for a different idea. But He's authentic. I mean, look at the book he wrote. Talk about humble beginnings. All right, guys, thank you.
Are you okay?
This way?
Because some fans are concerned about you when they saw the video.
That's right, because I've had 8 back operations. I have 1 more going, and it adds up. You know, it's just, oh, you again.
Thank you so much.
Blessing offer.
Thank you.
Performing tonight for a Sylvester Stallone tribute.
Hi, yeah. Hi, this is Arlene from Reuters. How are you?
What's your name?
Arlene.
Arlene, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Can you tell me what you'll be performing today?
We are playing a couple of pieces that Bill composed, and I'm on piano playing with the orchestra. It's awesome.
And what does it mean to you to be here?
Listen, I love the arts. B, I've played the Kennedy Center a handful of times, and also it's Rocky, and it's George Strait, and it's, I'm just honored. Yeah.
But you said you're playing for Sylvester Stallone.
I'm playing a couple of the pieces actually from the Rocky movies.
And what do you think of the movie?
Love. I mean, you just hear and it's over, Yeah. You want to run the Philly stairs, everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Performance is like.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Tell us about
She's performing this evening in the Michael Crawford segment. You'd like to see? Tell me what it means to be here.
From your perspective, because you.
Well, I'm actually singing from her. So we're honoring Michael Crawford, and I'm just, this is an opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm so thankful to be here to celebrate him and his lifetime, his legacy, his career, and he really paved the way for those of us who came after him and got to do musical theater on Broadway and in New York, and so it's very festival, and I'm really, really thankful. And I'm excited to sing it to him as well. Really, it's going to be
How did you get to
To be honest, it came completely out of the blue. I wasn't expecting it, and someone just reached out and asked if I would be a part of it. And I've obviously been aware of the Kennedy Center and all the amazing work that they've done, and especially recently what the changes, and so it's just really kind of divinely put me in this position to be able to do what I love on a stage that is just so beautiful and is so known, honoring a man who has paved the way for so many of us. So
this is a uniquely American honor.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying how honored I was,
it means more than I could ever say. And I am so much of my life's work is bringing art and country together. And, I feel very grateful that I live in a place where I get to follow my dreams and do what I love. And so it's just incredible to be here this year. And so I don't take that lightly, and I'm really honored to be at the honors, that's for sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Our neighbors didn't work. Our fountains out front didn't work. The neglect was really terrible. And when President Trump said this vision, he would fix and program so that it would be absolutely common sense. Free programming that brings people together is a big step. And we see the same thing when it comes to Broadway. Some of the new stuff doesn't always work. But what works, what sells, is when you bring back. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to do common sense programs. And when we did that change, corporations came flowing in. We've never seen so much money coming in as we have. It's really amazing. And because of that, we have our largest wall one night for the honors. We raised $23 million tonight. We have $130 million and growing in this 10 months since we've had. And so I'm really excited because clearly it's very popular at the Kennedy Center with corporations, with donors, and this is a change that I think artists
could be deemed
It's actually not, because here's what I did. I didn't cancel a single thing when I came here. I made a rule, and I said, when you combine ticket sales and ticket donors and corporations, you got to get to zero. You got to have a revenue neutral. Our institutions across this country are struggling with sales of donors and the reason why is two things. Some of that is because of the world Netflix and competition. But the reality is that every arts institution across this country fiction programs that are broad-based has been a problem. I mean, the New York Times, which I don't really usually quote, just 2 months ago did a front page story that said Broadway is dying, ticket sales are dying, people aren't coming out to Broadway. And so I think President Trump has shown us is that when you fix the programming system with common sense and broad-based and not fringe, then you bring in a lot more money. By the way, let me just finish with this. I love some of the fringe niche programming. I think some of that is needed. I think educated people and pushing the boundaries, but you cannot do that if you're not financially viable. And so we needed to fix the finances. We've done that, and let me give you one final example. We had 94 people in the development office here. 94 people raising money when I arrived. Today we have 16. We saved $4.5 million.
Great, thanks. How are you? Nice to see you. Sorry. Hi.
Since we're in DC, I have to ask you, I know you already asked a little bit about the whole situation with Israel, where it stands right now. Are you happy with the progress being made under Trump with the peace invasion, and where's your advocacy at?
My advocacy over the past 2 years has been for humanity. I've always tried with my social media to stand for humanity and just share the real, raw, personal stories of what has been going on there. I've personally been back to Israel 7 times in the past 2 years. I'm going again in about a week. And I always try to use my platform to show what's going on. I'm very grateful for what has happened. Our hostages are home, and that was always what I've been advocating for the release of our hostages, and I'm just so grateful that our hostages are home.
Looking at the conflict as a whole, what do you think is the biggest misconception from what you see on social media and what everybody's saying about the conflict?
Unfortunately, nowadays there's just so much propaganda, and with AI, and just it's hard to know what to believe, right? And so that's why for me it was so important to physically go on the grounds. I actually also went into Rafah, into Gaza as well, to be with the people there. So I think it's really hard to know what to believe nowadays, and so for me I always try to show the real, authentic truth.
Yeah, how do you combat that?
By continuing to post and by using my platforms of 14 million followers to show what has been going on.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It thrills my heart to know that they are honoring her tonight. Nobody, in my opinion, deserves it any more than her. She's absolutely beautiful. Everybody needs to know her as a person. I wish everybody could just sit down and have tea with her, coffee. She's amazing.
Well, she certainly added to the canon one of the most inspirational musical numbers of our time.
I Will Survive. Absolutely. And, she speaks for a lot of people, and she is the forerunner. She has done so many great things. I remember when the digital music first came out, and the artists weren't really being compensated the way she went and advocated for so many people. She's that type of person, not just for herself, but for everybody else. And if you know her, this night is really special. I mean, it'll bring a lot of tears, I think, because she's that type of woman. And so I'm excited, especially in a place like this, the Kennedy Center, and what a great place, and what a great night. So thanks to everyone that made this possible.
You have fun out there tonight.
I'm going to give it everything I got.
All right, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene with Reuters.
Hi, how are you? Good. I am. I'm going to do it. So she did a gospel record that she actually won a Grammy for, and I got to be a part of that record. We did a couple of numbers together, and also we wrote a song together. And so I got to know her. She was. Of course, she lives in New York. I was playing Carnegie Hall, and we started on Twitter just talking about the report, and she said, I think I'm going to come out. And so here's what I did. I let her know that I was going to be there, and I'd love for her to come out. And she came out, and she said, I've never played Carnegie Hall before. It was a bucket list. I'm like, yeah. So we became friends. We talked. We got, and so anyway, this record, I'm going to be doing a gospel number that we did on there. Precious Lord, Take My Hand, and then we're going to do a song that she wrote that we're really excited about. I'll just come out and sing a little bit of that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sing a little line. Okay. Hear my cry, hear my call, hold my hand, yes I fall. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me on. Which number? Thank you so much. Thank you.
And she, I was talking to her a little while ago, she gets
Oh, she is that. And you feel safe. When she starts talking, and when she starts, speaking to you, it's just like honestly, it's almost like she's a minister in such a way. It's like she gives you comfort, she gives you hope, she gives you all of those things. She makes you feel comfortable, safe. And I think it's got to do with the relationship, the spiritual relationship. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Who are you wearing?
Oh, I'm wearing green mat where there's no one else to wear other than green mat, my friend. Let me tell you something. Tonight is all about America. Tonight is all about President Trump bringing together the best talent and bringing us all together and recognizing that music is something that has a commonality. And we all love it. We all enjoy it. And this is about the energy that the president brings to America. God bless him and God bless his country.
And you have a great singing voice.
I am tone deaf, Johnny, and you know it. Okay, but my hero is singing tonight, George Strait. I have loved George Strait for decades. So as long as they sing Amarillo by morning, I'm a happy camper.
Now, Judge, before you go, you're here in D.C., you're fighting crime, we miss you back at Fox. Yeah. What's harder, fighting crime in D.C. or staying next to Harold and Jessica?
Fighting crime in D.C. is probably the toughest thing I'll ever do, and I miss Jessica, and I miss Harold, and all my friends on the fight. But you know what? This is a fight worth fighting, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Oh, we love you, Judge.
I miss you.
Yeah. We'll see you soon.
Judge, I have one for you before you go.
Yes.
Nice to see you. Hi. So let me ask you about this, because you've encountered in D.C. a lot of issues when it comes to ICE. What did you think when you saw that video of the congressman, Democrat congressman, getting in the way of ICE? I came out today.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. I didn't see this. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about any case that I know of. I mean, I could talk about the pipe bomber. I could talk about Ramanella Rock and Roll, who came and shot 2 National Guardsmen. We've kind of been preoccupied with that.
You have been very good.
Yes, yes.
When you talk about the pipe bomber, why did it take so long? Why did it take so long to get it? Why did it take
First of all, it took President Trump and his FBI to make a decision to use the energy and to use the resources we have. Under President Biden, they pulled FBI off that case. It's all about determination. It's all about this president and Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, and my office saying we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we did. That's all you need is determination and drive and competence. Don't forget that. Take care.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jason Crab. Hi, how are you?
This is Shelley.
Hi, Shelley, how are you?
2 times on everyone.
Oh, thank you. So it's an honor. How are you? Oh, I'm so excited. He's doing Glory Gaynor tonight. I'm sure. I didn't want to get in.
Hey, Brett. How you doing?
Good to see you.
See you.
I don't think we've ever met. Yes.
Hi, Johnny.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Come over here. We have a special for you. Oh, good. We prepared for this. Oh, wow. So I'll start with you, Amy. Amy, who are you wearing? You look gorgeous. I love it. Now, Brett, Jesse wants to know how many vacations. He says you're always off. Yeah. That's really nice, Jesse. He wants to know if you're improving your golf game. Is that why you're so good at golf?
I am actually improving the golf game. One stroke at a time. I'll take you out.
Has Jesse been naughty?
Costs us a lot.
Pretty naughty. All right, what are you looking forward to most today? How are you?
Hi. Yes.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Great fun. This is so much fun tonight.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing well.
Of course, no, my wife is on the board, so I'm a +1. That's the way it works.
All right, so now, coming forward about tonight's inductee is quite a range of talent.
Well, last night at the State Department, each of the honorees spoke for 5 minutes about their lives, and it was so moving and so personal, and it really created such an amazing setup for tonight's event. So we're really, really excited.
Thank you so much.
And Allison, what are you looking most forward to?
I'm most looking forward to President Trump emceeing tonight. I think it'll be great.
It'll be so fun.
How entertaining do you think he's going to be? I mean, it's a tough task.
Oh, this president, he is so relaxed in front of these cameras, as you know, and he's so funny. I can't wait for tonight. It'll be so fun.
Do you think we'll get him to sit?
I don't know about that. You might get him to dance, though. You might get him to dance.
Secretary Lutnick.
Yeah,
How are you?
Great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to
So
see you.
let's talk about tonight and the transformation of the Kennedy Center. What stuff sticks out to you the most in terms of the transition that you're pleased with? Right?
Well, we know the Kennedy Center, when the president was inaugurated, was in tough shape. Right, it had financial difficulties. They were paying their staff out of debt, and the president came right in, and he loves to fix things. You know, he loves that. So he painted the columns a different color. He's going to make this building so gorgeous. Got $250 million in the big beautiful bill for this building. I can't wait to how glorious it's going to be.
Now, we ask you about this. We have a huge Supreme Court case right now on tariffs. If that were actually to be overturned, Trump's emergency power, what implications would that have for the economy and for the country?
So I sat through that case. We are going to win that case. Right? We're going to win it either 5-4 or 6-3. And the Supreme Court understands how devastating it would be for this country if they didn't stand up for the president's power to protect and defend our economy and our country. So I think we're going to win. You heard it here. We're going to win that case. Thanks.
Secretary Lutnick. How's it going? Johnny and Jesse Waters show.
Nice to see you.
Have we done any trade deals today?
None today. This weekend is Kennedy Honors, and I'm a +1. My wife's on the board of the Kennedy Center, so I'm here to support her.
Oh, so you're the big guest tonight. So you know, Christmas season's here. Which cabinet member would you Christmas season, which cabinet member would you say is on the naughty list and who's on the nice list?
Yeah. You know, I love this cabinet. They are the most fun. They are the most unique. It's like a family. But Secretary Rubio is the funniest member of this cabinet by far. He cracks me up the most. So he is definitely a joy.
He's on the nice list. You're on the naughty list. Are you?
You know what? You have to ask her that. But you know, we are such a tight cabinet. So great. I love it.
Who are you looking forward to most?
Oh, I don't know what the passes are. I mean, I think the key to tonight is we're going to see.
Hi.
I'm Marlene. I'm from Reuters. How are you?
I'm very well tonight. Very excited to be here.
And you will be performing?
I will be performing. I am honoring Gloria Gaynor, who I'm so excited to honor her. Well, excited to be here for all the honorees, actually. But years ago, Gloria Gaynor had a radio show with the BB Radio 2, and she was the host. She left, and they offered me Gloria's radio show. And I couldn't believe that I was meeting with her, talking with her about the
the radio show, and just a tremendous talent. And I Will Survive is the theme song for so many people's lives. You know, we're going to make it. We'll be good. So it's an honor to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We started with the columns outside. It's raised $250 million for the Big Beautiful Bill to 8 different buildings. And then Master challenge right after the most glorious president in the arts and the support. This building so it just doesn't work. That was amazing. Right here is good. All right, how are you? I'm John. John, all right, so here we are. I'm assuming you're here. Hey, I'm here to Sylvester Stallone. Long overdue for him.
I should know, and I don't because
massive credits like no one else. The guy was put hundreds of thousands of people to work when you really think about it. Just that alone, my hat is off to Sylvester Stallone. But his artistry, his writing, his acting. But that isn't even the best part. The best part is that Sly is one of the greatest guys I've ever met. And for Ray and I to be part of his family, and his wife Jennifer and his daughter Scarlett was on the set all the time. It's a really amazing family environment, and that's what Ray and I do in our film. So to be around Sly, it certainly rubs off on us. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It feels great. I mean, I come out to Hollywood to be a comedian. They're like, yeah, you don't look funny. How about a villain? Great, I'll take it. But for me, as everyone knows, it's another woman on screen, so that leaves me as heroic guys with helmets on, depending on the war, or the villain. So I do them both with smile, the cowboy now, which is really great. I'm so blessed that my career has not been that I get to produce with my wife and write with my wife. Films that I've always aspired to do, and I think a lot of that comes from hanging out with Sylvester Stallone. Make sure that you have the confidence to pull it off. That's what we're doing now. We're about to do our 13th movie in the last 5 years.
We're keeping our villain fans happy. Neil just did a slasher horror film called Exalted, which comes out next year. Still playing the villain.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not letting you guys down. I'm going to keep playing villains for y'all. Yellowstone is good. It was awesome. It was so good. Anyway, thank you so much. How are you guys?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, we have to go
And I
back.
understand you're here for Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, I am. Yep.
Can you talk to me about why you're to honor him?
Well, who else to honor in Hollywood other than the guy who's, as I was saying, has employed tens of thousands of people. His movies have amassed billions of dollars. What he's done to the economy in America alone and across the world is truly remarkable. But it's the entertaining that he's done, all the films that he's done, the family guy that he is, and the American that he is, and the God-fearing guy that he is as well. Those are things that Rene and I love to be around. And so, he's unlike anyone else. So for tonight, to be here in the Kennedy Center, a guy from Boston, Massachusetts, myself, to celebrate that name and to be on stage to give an award to my favorite guy in Hollywood, are you kidding me? It's pretty awesome.
When did you meet him?
The first time we met was about 3 years ago on a Zoom when they were very interested in me to be on Tulsa King. They said, okay, great, in 5 minutes we're going to have a Zoom with you and Sylvester Stallone. We're like, what? And for the first 30 seconds, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's Rocky. I can't even think. And then once you meet him and start talking to him, he diffuses all tension, and he's just such a grounded human being. And we've had a ball playing in the sandbox on Tulsa King for the last few years.
So what are you going to say to me about him?
And otherwise, we have to kill you.
That's right. I'm a villain.
That's why we can't reveal.
All right. Thank you so much.
I don't say that. I'm just saying that.
No. I can see
Arlene, how are you? My wife, Lisa. I for 40 years.
40 years.
Best thing I ever did.
She should be getting this work.
I was offered it.
Here's my award. So here's my question. When I look at some of the people who've been awarded today, it seems to be that their message is clear. We have I Can Survive, we have Rocky, we have your position. How does hope, how does inspiration, how does that fit into people's well-being, and what does it mean for that to be what is being awarded?
Arlene, what a beautiful question. Our biggest enemy in illness, but also in America, is nihilism. When we actually lose hope. And when we see Rocky, who happens to be my neighbor, and you see Sylvester Stallone in a private setting, he just gives you hope at every level. Now, he's funny as stink to boot, but he also is uplifting because his vision is a pretty simple one. See what you want to do. It's a fine line between vision and hallucination. Others have to see the vision. In order to bring it to life, you have to work hard. And I think that's sort of the message. If we work our tails off and we have confidence in ourselves and that there is some destiny that we could all achieve, it gives you hope that you can do anything. If Sylvester Stallone can do what he's done, we can all be superstars. It's not because he's normal, it's that he normalizes success.
We heard that from we had Gloria Gaynor, we got those survive. Arturo Sandoval was here and talked about his Cuban childhood. Cuban childhood and how, the U.S. gave him opportunity. What does it mean that the United States at the Kennedy Center is recognizing that?
Well, Gloria Gaynor is a wonderful example. You have a passion for doing something, maybe a gift, but it doesn't go anywhere unless you're actually willing to roll up your sleeves and engage life fully. And if you look at all these artists, they have that confidence that this country offers you unparalleled abilities to excel. When my father came there as an immigrant back in the 50s, he saw what later Ronald Reagan described as the shining city on the hill. That's ultimately what they're giving us. They're showing us that anybody can walk up to that hill and be recognized, in this case for their excellence, but by doing that, they're actually pulling us up too. They're saying to all of us, wake up. You have destiny. You have opportunities. You're put on this earth for a reason. Live up to that. Have agency over your future.
And that's what the arts do too.
Well, the arts awaken you in many ways, and as a scientist, I'll say much of what's happened that's breakthrough in science first happened in art. Art opens our eyes, gives us epiphanies, awakens us to some deeper realities, so that science can finally actually move in the right direction. It aims us.
Dr. Oz, I would love to ask you, since you're the head of CMS, what's happening with the Obamacare tax extension, premium subsidies? What do you want to see happen, and what do you hear that could be the result?
I want Congress to debate it robustly and come up with some ideas that we can all accept as Americans. And I'm hearing better and better ideas coming out of Senate and the Congress, so I'm excited about this week. I think some of those ideas will be recognized more publicly. God bless you.
Vaccination changes, are you in favor of those?
I'm supportive of kicking the tires. You know what parents do? They put their kid in the car seat, but then they double check it's okay. It's not because they don't trust the seat belt or the car seat. They want to just make 100% sure. And what these experts told us is hepatitis B vaccine works and it's very effective. But when you get it might vary from person to person because some folks are in a higher risk situation than others. So I thought it was wonderful that they allowed there be a shared responsibility between doctors and patients to make the decision. My job is to pay for it. And loud and clear, no matter what you decide, we're going to pay for it. Right.
Do you think there should be income requirements for those subsidies? We have income requirements. If it's unlimited, it should be that now. We have people with $1 million homes, multi-million-dollar homes, who are earning from high salaries. I'm just going to make sure that you vote for this. Dr. Merry Christmas. Jesse Waters, a question for you. Oh, Jesse, where's Jesse Waters? Well, he's having an instead. Okay. What do you want for Christmas this year? I want who's the naughty and nice? Truly inspirational. My daughter's literally, I cannot get even Pennsylvania. I don't know what it is. You've been a TV host, and now can you tell me for any hosting skills, let's say that his biggest asset, first of all, he's innately funny, but his biggest asset is he can capture a crowd, he'll capture an audience. Tonight's Kennedy Center Honors event will be the highest rated ever. Highest rated ever. What do you want to tell Jesse? I love you, Jesse. Where are you? Get back here. Where is he hiding? He's hiding in New Jersey. Please, New Jersey, really?
Secretary.
Good to see you, Secretary Hensel. How's it going? Great thing for Jesse.
Sure, let's do it.
All right, so Secretary Hegseth, how is the Department of War preparing for the war on Christmas?
Well, we've ended the war on Christmas at the Pentagon because of my wife, Jenny, who said, if President Trump's bringing Christmas back, Merry Christmas back, then we're bringing Christmas back to the Pentagon. So we got a tree, a permanent tree that's there. We're saying Merry Christmas. We're recognizing what the reason is for the season. We're doing a worship service. So Christmas is back.
Christmas is back. Now, which cabinet members were on the naughty list this year?
Oh, my goodness. Probably me. It's always me and RFK here and there. Certainly not Marco. Certainly not the vice president. And certainly not our wonderful list of females. I mean, Brooke and Pam and Christy Nome and we got Tulsi. They're the best.
What are you getting Jenny for Christmas?
I can't. If I told you, I'd have to kill you, John.
What do you want to tell Jesse?
Jesse? He's doing a phenomenal job.
He's on the naughty list, though.
Well, he's perpetual naughty list. So are you, by the way. Tell him he's the best. We appreciate you guys.
How close to get to a land strike in Venezuela, Mr. Secretary? How close?
Yes. Hello, John. By the way, hello, John. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. People are on our way down where I dressed up with my girlfriend dressed as shameful. I could. Thank you so much, Steve. You do a great job. Really enjoy your trip for Christmas. Sitting up for Christmas.
There's so many different jobs.
Any fancy craft. I think the naughty guy has been. Thank you so much.
Concerned about travel after the toll that the shutdown took on the FAA.
No, so concerned about travel, we make sure that the skies are safe, right? And if they're not safe, we will slow down traffic, which means you'll have delays, you'll have cancellations. But again, when a lot of people travel, which we're going to see this year, this Christmas,
George Strait or Kiss?
It's a tie, and it seriously is a tie, because I grew up in the 80s loving the band Kiss, but I am a diehard country music fan. So George Strait, I think my husband would kill me if I didn't say George Strait too. So I hope I get to meet George Strait tonight. I'm really looking forward to that.
Have you met him before?
No, I have not. I have not met him before, nor the band Kiss, so I'm very excited. And actually, I love Michael Crawford.
And Sylvester Stallone.
Well, and the iconic actors.
Gloria Gaynor.
Gloria Gaynor. See, there you go.
Isn't it an awesome
Yeah, it's
team?
great. It's a great team. We're very excited to be here. Very, very excited. So, and I love Sylvester Stallone's wife. I know Jennifer, so she's wonderful.
I want to ask you something on a whole different topic. The National Guardsmen who were here in D.C. Are there any plans to posthumously raise the rank to somehow honor the National Guardsmen who were here?
So thank you for asking that. Sarah's family, they're amazing, and I don't know how they're handling this and dealing with the grief, but I'll talk to the guard about that. I know they have something special in mind for her and for Andy. I spent today with my husband in the hospital with Andy's family, and I can report Andy Wolf, of course, our guardsman who was shot, and he's remarkable. He's a miracle. I was with the doctors. I was with the family. He's a linesman full-time in West Virginia, and there were about 10 linesmen there from West Virginia with his family. Andy moves. He hugged his father last night. So he is making remarkable strides, and when he gets a little better, we're going to have him move to Walter Reed for his therapy, and hopefully he will be making a full recovery. So thank you for asking about them, and please pray for Sarah's family, and please pray for Melody and Jason Wolf and Andy's sister and brother and niece and all of his friends. Power prayer. Thank you all. Thank you.
If there'll be a court ruling on the Epstein files, when can we expect the full files to be released?
We're complying with the congressional deadline, and as you saw, a judge unsealed in Florida, of course, the rest of the documents, so that we'll be working on providing them as well.
And you've been very Jesse Waters.
I know.
How are you?
Doing good.
Very good.
All right, I want to hear Jesse's.
All right, so people want to know who's on the Epstein list, but I want to know who's on Santa's naughty list this year.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, a bunch of them. No. Who's on the naughty list? Well, it's not my husband. That's a good thing.
Which cabinet members did you say?
Oh, on the cabinet members. Oh, this is fun. Let's see. Cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy. Because I had to miss the event where he was training falcons. I don't know if you know that. Bobby trains falcons, and we were out of town, and he had the event without us. So Bobby's on my naughty list.
Bobby's on the naughty list.
Bobby's on the naughty list.
What do you want?
Cheryl Hines is on the good list, because we love Cheryl.
We love Cheryl.
Cheryl's awesome.
What do you want for Christmas?
What do I want for Christmas? This is silly. I want Andy Wolf to recover, our guardsman who was shot. We were at the hospital with him today. And so if everybody can pray for his family, that's what we all want. And that's what we were celebrating Christmas at the hospital today with them. So that's what we want.
Absolutely. You're doing great work.
Thank you. Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you so much.
It's
Merry
good to
Christmas.
see you.
Good seeing you too.
Tell that Jesse we love him.
I'll tell him.
On the naughty list.
Yes.
question. I sent an email that I think was Jasmine that had to go. It was for clarification on the restrictions, because you guys sent in the mailbox restrictions, Kennedy Center restrictions, and then you said CBS restrictions, and there was some contradictions with dates and all that. We were so we give it to everyone. Do you know, I haven't gotten a response yet on this email. Do you know who else I could send it to, or how I could get some sort of response? We had some very specific questions, you see.
I'm afraid everyone on this team is very tied up right now, so I can't really answer that question. But
I don't know
who did you send the email to?
Just the PR.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're all tied up right now.
To whom could I forward it? I mean, it's a legal thing, so it's like urgent.
Yes.
Because I don't want it to not go out the way you want it to. You want to do what you want. But
so what are the questions?
There they are. Okay. So the CBS says, references a December 7th show live broadcast, December 23rd airing. The CBS restrictions say click or not refer until the show is over on the East. Does that refer to December 7th or December 23rd?
23rd.
Okay.
So the red carpet is fine.
Yeah, we know that.
In the show?
Right.
No.
Right, but the show, all your restrictions only have to do with the show, because the red carpet is Reuters.
Right.
So you have CBS restrictions and you have Kennedy Center restrictions, and they're different. Right. Which ones are we supposed to follow is the question. They have different things about the dates. For example, we also said the CBS sheets say that local shows can use it on pre-tape programs 7 days before the 23rd. But over here you're saying we are not permitted to air until after the broadcast.
I see.
You see, they actually contradict.
Right. I'm afraid that's above my pay grade.
I know.
I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
So that's why I was just wondering to whom I could forward it, who really would know.
I don't know who would be able to tell you that in this moment. I'm sorry.
Or even tonight or tomorrow.
Probably tomorrow, but tonight. I think someone tomorrow would be able to get back with you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, we're otherwise tied up.
How's it going? How you been?
It's crazy. It's busy.
Yes. That's been great. You guys did an awesome job.
Thank you.
The
we can't take photos of the show because that's CBS, and it will be live on the 23rd of December. Yeah. Yes. The in-home shots of the box where the president will be. Yeah, of the show. Yeah. Yes. I'm not sure.
So I just want to clarify, over here you're saying that these clips there's clips that we're going to get later in the show, cannot be broadcast until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay, of the show.
Nothing in the show can be broadcasted
before the 23rd?
Correct.
Okay, that's new, because usually we can do those clips. Okay.
CBS has the rights to those because they're the production sponsor.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again. I assume the president
I think so.
And what's your name, sir?
Amanda.
Amanda, and your last name?
Fisher.
Fisher, thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, I thank you for your patience. I don't
No.
We're just trying,
right, we're just trying to do what you want, and we're confused, so we don't want to.
I know, it's tough with both institutions
exactly.
having involvement with it.
You're saying the clips? So the clips of the show at all, nothing except red carpet until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, my understanding is that pictures of the president in his suite are fine, but nothing in the show.
Right, it's not pictures. We're asking really about the box stuff that he's going to record, right? So that not until the 23rd. Okay.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and there's a difference here. CBS says 1 minute and then 2 minutes, and then the Kennedy Center says 3 minutes. We're just going to leave it to 2 minutes. And exactly, take it safe, right. So, but the biggest question is that first one with the dates. Thank you.
No problem.
problem. Right here is good. Right here is good. Yep.
Perfect. Here.
Congratulations, man.
Harvey from Reuters. How are
I
you?
would talk at the same time.
Yes.
No, we'll be second. We'll go one. Well, hold on this one, though.
No,
All right, so here we go. Congratulations. What did you
So what does it mean to be here without Mr. Freeland?
It's still a celebration, and we can mourn him and celebrate what we've accomplished. I'm really the child of the American dream. We came here with nothing. Our parents were people who fled during World War II and aspired to something great, worked hard, and never expected a handout, and we're the result of that. So it's an honor to be here.
And what's the secret to giving the performances that you gave that are so iconic?
I think you're always trying to please yourself. If you're second guessing the public, you're going to go wrong. It's like a relationship where it falls apart and you say, I thought you wanted me to be like this. So the best thing you can do is be yourself, and if you please yourself, you'll please someone else.
Authenticity?
That's what authenticity is.
Well, you've been critical of President Trump in the past sometimes.
Didn't make it. It would have been a great honor, but his daughter Monique and his wife Jeanette are going to be here, and we're going to make sure that, I spoke with President Trump, he confirmed there's going to be an empty chair beside us in memory of Hayes.
Speaking of the president, what are your hopes for his hosting duties tonight? Do you think he'll be extra funny?
Always going to be great. He's always been in show business, and Shakespeare knew this stuff before you guys did. The whole world's a stage, and we're just all actors. You don't dress like that for no reason. You're aware people are going to be looking at you, and you wear shirts because you want people to think you're in a band. Come on. And the reason I wear it all the time is because the sun never sets on planet cool.
From Reuters, and Reuters.
How come your words are too small? See? Look at AP, that's cool, but you need bigger.
Why, thank you. You're absolutely...
NPR, nobody cares. Oh.
Can I tell you that you said that? I need a bigger platform to stand on.
Yeah.
Tell me, what does this mean to you?
You have to speak up. I'm in a band.
What does it mean to you to be here, to be with your family? What does this mean?
Well, we all started before you were born, half a century ago, before cell phones and digital stuff. And we did it the old-fashioned way. You get into a station wagon and you go across America, and like the original politicians, take your platform to the people. And we were never a critics band, but those critics are all dead.
What did you tell your wife when you found out you were going to get this award?
He said you got to go buy a dress.
Or two. You good?
I'm a friend of President Trump for a long time. I've known him, celebrity friend. What's your take on his job? He's supportive of the way he's handling it.
Well, you can.
I'll be interested to see what you think.
Yeah, but it's all nonsense. It's all clickbait. When I was first starting to vote, there used to be a curtain, and you voted anonymously.
Put a year into it, and I'm turning 80 December 20th, so it's been a great year for me. And this has been a great time. So God couldn't have given me more stuff from a kid from the streets of Brooklyn. I can't believe I was in the White House. Holy mackerel, the White House. Wow. Congratulations, Ken. Thank you.
Congratulations, I'm from Queens. Hopefully you're still comfortable.
No, well, I was from Williamsburg. My brother lives in Queens, and my sister lives in Queens.
I was born in Astoria, my daughter was born
Okay, that's the way of Astoria.
So I'm with Reuters. So tell me what
I'm just so honored to.
I wish my parents were here to see it. And again, we lost our guitarist 5 weeks ago. He had a horrible accident. I wish he was here. It's a dream. It's like almost surreal. Our world is nothing like the Oval Office I was in last night, with the president. And
excited. What are you most excited about?
you can tell my wife, I have not slept. Last night I finally laid my head down. I slept 9 hours, which was a miracle to have insomnia. And I couldn't believe today that I was going to be sitting, here and meeting all these. It's very exciting. It's my heart is beating like a trip.
We're coming on December 19th.
Yes.
So it was on December 19th.
And my birthday's the 20th. I'm turning 80. And although I feel 20 in my brain, but the body's starting to feel 53 years of drumming. But
what do you? My son's in drum school. So what do you tell musicians who are young, who are coming up?
My father loved big bands, and he put on a Benny Goodman album with Gene Krupa, who was my idol. And I heard Sing, Sing, Sing. And I knew immediately that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a drummer. And I worked in the butcher shop, and I bought this old set of drums at $200. They took it out of my pay. I took them home, and I never stopped playing. And music first, I had no idea of buying a big house and having a lot of money. It's always been about the music and from the heart. Either you got it or you don't. And even if not, just to play an instrument is a God-given gift. I mean, my mom used to say wasted talent. I don't know if you ever saw Bronx Tale, but that's how she was. And my grandmother would cut your hair and get a real job. My mother would leave him alone, just let him play his drums. So thank God for my mother. I know she's looking back.
And you tell new drummers to do practice.
Yes. Keep practicing. I still have a practice player when I watch TV, and I play along with the commercials and think I'm adding something to the music. So just play and enjoy it, and don't think above it all. Just enjoy the moment, because it goes fast. I mean, I don't believe I'm turning 80 next week, and here I am at the Kennedy Center. So that's my information for drummers.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. God bless you. It's good to be in Brooklyn.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good.
Can you tell us a little bit about Ace and who you think so much about?
We were very close. Ace and I lived near each other. I watched these older ones. White and black. And also for the shows how it was. But I was with him.
So performing ahead of time.
I listen.
Yes, I'm in the tribute for Michael Crawford, and I'll be singing the music of the night and Phantom of the Opera.
What does it mean to be singing such an iconic song here?
I am on cloud nine. I just can't believe that I get to be a part of this, and to honor such an icon in all of music. This is so well deserved to have initiated this role. To really formed it. It's in the fabric of our culture. So you hear the music and you hear his interpretation of it, and you know exactly what it is. And so it's an honor to be asked to do and be a part of that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene with Reuters. How are you?
What's your name? Arlene. Hello, Arlene.
And what will you be performing today? And what does it mean to you to be performing?
I'm performing in honor of my friend Gloria Gaynor, and I'm going to be performing 2 songs that I did on her album Testimony, which she won a Roots Gospel Grammy, and she actually presented me with my Grammy, and it was the first year that they had that category, and I won it, and then she called me out of nowhere like a year later, and she was like, personally, nobody does that, and she called me personally, and she was like, hey, I want to win that gospel Grammy like you did, and I know you know how to win one, so I want you to come do it with me. So I did the record with her, and she actually won it.
Can you just the refrain of what we're going to say?
So we're going to do it's going to start with an a cappella version, just like on the album, with Jason Crabb and Chris Blue and I.
So it should be like 3 minutes.
And we're going to do, it's going to go like, through the storm, through the night, lead me on to the light, take my hand, precious love,
deserve a second Grammy. That is beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank
She's
you.
going to love it. She's going to love it.
Thank you. It's going to be amazing, man. And it couldn't happen to a more deserving person. She is a beautiful ray of sunshine for all of us who know her. So.
Well, we women just think of her as
Man, that's what she is. That's what she is. All my friends, all the young kids, she uses some people in my band sometimes, they can't keep up with her. She's 84 years old and she's still traveling the world doing it. So, yeah. Thank you, Arlen.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Arlene with Reuters. How are you?
Hello, Chris Blue.
Will you be performing today?
Yes, ma'am. I'm performing for Gloria Gaynor with Mike Ferris and Jason Crabb, two gospel goats and legends in their own right, and I'm honored to be here.
It's wonderful. What are you performing?
What will I be performing? I'm performing a song called Precious Lord, Take My Hand. And it's a classic gospel song that I grew up singing, in fact, in church. And so to be able to sing that song here on this platform with this amazing group of people is going to be something truly special. I'm really excited about it. So I just told Mike this in the dressing room. I said, I'm surrounded by all the people that know her. Like, her pastor is my pastor. The label that she did her gospel record on is my label. So I'm surrounded by everybody that knows and loves her and people that she loves. I haven't had the privilege of meeting her yet. So tonight's the night. I'm excited. I cannot wait to meet her. It's going to be cool.
And is that your beautiful wife?
This is my beautiful wife behind me. Come on in here. I know it. Listen, this right here is the better half. Let me tell you.
Absolutely beautiful.
I did well. I married way up. Way. That's right. My name is Chris Blue, like the color blue.
And where are you from?
So I'm from Tennessee. From Knoxville, Tennessee. Yes.
One of our cameras from Tennessee.
Oh yeah?
He loves the accent.
Good old Rocky Top. You can't beat Rocky Top.
He's a great actor.
He's a great actor.
Thank you. Thank you tonight.
Thank y'all.
What did it mean for you to get the call to do this performance? Who hit you up? How did you know you were going to be doing this?
Man, so it was crazy. I was at work. So I'm a worship pastor at my church, and I was just hanging out with my family. Working, and I got the call, and I kind of froze up. I couldn't believe it was somebody from our team, and so I was just like, wait a minute, what? I hung up the phone because I didn't think they were serious. They called back and said, no, listen, this is not a joke, it's real, and so get ready. Here we are. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Without a doubt. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is a historical night. It's a new Chairman Center, a new host, a new everything. How does it feel to be part of this production?
As I've never been here before, so it's very, very exciting, and it sounds like it has great things ahead. So I wish I could still sing as strongly, because I'd love to come back here and perform. I could come back and sing something with my. When you first saw this, no one could when Andrew said, he said, this is good, it's not a big we must do that for the other way. And I said, the foolish way, yes, I'd love to. And I thought he was thinking, you're going to go to Nauru. And I had no idea. So I studied Nelson Eddy's and studied Raoul for about 6 or 7 months until Andrew brought me in, and I said, well, Andrew, I said, you got your Raoul? And he said, yes, we got him yesterday. He said, I want you for that. And I said, the old one, the ugly one. Wow. It took off from there. It was very
Carly from London, how are you?
Go.
And you brought a beautiful day.
I certainly have. This is my daughter Faith.
Hi, Faith. Thank you for being here with us. What does it mean for Dad to be here?
It really doesn't know. For me, it's a big thing. So, Kennedy Center Honors has been something I've really respected and participated in throughout the last few decades. And so I'm here to just keep alive the tradition. And I'm trying to sort of revivify the whole idea that we can still come together and celebrate the arts. And, it doesn't have a political overlay, at least for most of us.
The president is very involved in this.
He really is. It's extraordinary. And he actually, I didn't realize how much work and the money he's dedicated to redoing the center. It's amazing. The word is that it was pretty much falling down. I remember here the last time with Jerry Herman, I was like, looking pretty shaky. And it was not a good thing. So, and I'm really excited about it. Yeah. That's all. I wanted to say hi to Michael myself. Meet my daughter Faith. Hello, Alfred. Hi. Who's the man?
And Michael.
Go ahead and say it.
Hi, can you also talk to me about what it means to be here? Congratulations.
Thank you. It means I'm speechless. It's so humbling. But at the end of a career, I didn't expect a phone call like that to say you're going to be honoured. It was just mind-blowing.
But you've worked for it your whole life.
But you don't think about that. I think we go to do, and we all go to do and do our job the best we can, and you don't do it for reward. The reward is having full houses. That's the excitement. And to have gone with Phantom to have such audiences in England, and then in New York, and then in LA, we went to. It was amazing to see people sleeping outside before waiting for tickets, and you dream of stuff like that.
What does it mean that your music, that your performance, that your show is so iconic on both sides?
I say before, I started studying American film, unknowingly study, but from when I was about 7 years of age, seeing Buster Keaton and Harold Lloyd, and watching the truthfulness of their comedy. It was dramatic. What they did was dramatic, and you saw them fall, and Laurel and Hardy. But it's brilliantly done. It's absolutely brilliantly done, and you keep that inside you, and you analyse it, and the further you move on in your career, to then work with Gene Kelly and me to work with him for months on end on Hello Dolly, I learned a discipline growing up. I learned to be brave. You had strength. You worked from the tips of your fingers to the tips of your toes, and that's where a character comes from. And that applied to the Phantom. So I made it hurt every night. It hurts to use the entire. It's athletic. And hopefully that gets through to all hearts.
What would you tell young artists? Has it changed?
To watch people and feel the truth when you're performing a part. Live it. live it for those few minutes that you're playing it, or those few hours that you're playing it. Live those moments, live that life of the lyric that you're singing. Live it, understand. Brilliant lyrics by somehow they should make you weep when you sing. They're amazing, and it's all American. So I owe you a great deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How are you, Johnny? Johnny, how are you? Oh, yeah, we did our red carpet with Golden Globes. President Trump is hosting tonight. It's kind of different. Now, your house is on the northern classes.
Is that Arturo Sandoval? I think that's Arturo Sandoval.
Have you been on your night? What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? Is that who here? What do you want to tell him?
Well, I enjoy being part of
He's here.
You read or saw a video of the president having a powerful sound system at the White House, and he blasts Phantom of the Opera on Fridays right now at the White House. What was your reaction when you can hear it all the way out into the park?
I rang everyone I knew and said, "Watch the news, watch the news." It was on the news in England of the recording that we made, and you could hear, and it was mind-blowing. I mean, it's not something you would ever think would happen to you. The President of the United States was playing your music, and it was on the news coming out of the White House. So extraordinary. So it's, I really appreciate having him appreciate the music.
Now, when you spent a lot of time with him last few days, what's your take on how he's leading the country? Are you supportive of the job he's doing?
I have no idea. I'm not here politically. I'm here as an artist, and I love the Kennedy Center has always done a good job, and it's been an institution which I hope now is continue, and so much more investment we hear is going into it, so it'll be even better.
The pandemic took a toll on Broadway, as you know, just live theater. What needs to be done to bring it back and put more bodies in the seats?
Well, I think COVID was the turning point, so who knows? It's the same all over the world. It's taking a long time for people to come back, to want to travel a certain amount of distance to go to the theatre. So it's been very damaging. I haven't worked since COVID. There's not the same demand for larger shows, larger musicals. Disney is still doing stuff, and that's admirable. And there's a great new show called Paddington Bear in London.
Hi.
What are you doing? How you doing? How are you?
I'm in for Reuters.
So here, lady first, man, come on. Lady first.
Thank you. Chris, could you just talk to me about what it means to have your music here as part of this?
Actually, it's not my music. I'm going to play for his brother, Sylvester Stallone. I'm going to play the theme of Rocky.
Gonna fly now. Gonna fly now. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna play for him.
So exciting.
Yeah.
And what does it mean for you to be here?
Oh my goodness, I got this last year, December 8th, 24, and it's a huge honor, especially for the guy. I came from the countryside of the island of Cuba, and I was a kind of a hopeless kid, And when I get to this country, God opened so many doors for me, and I'm so grateful to the U.S. I love this country like nobody.
I'm going to talk to you. I'm Cuban.
Nobody's perfect.
My father's from Caracas, my mother's from La Habana.
Wow, we grew up in Artemisa, a little village in Pinal del Rio, and my father was a car mechanic, and we were so poor, and I made music saved my life, and I did one album in Cuba. Since I'm in the U.S., I did 49, 30 nominations, 11 Grammys. Kennedy Center Honor and Presidential Medal of Freedom.
When you look at the Cubans today, the ones who are coming over now,
I cry. The people are starving, struggling, and hopeless, which is the bottom. When you feel completely hopeless, you hit the bottom, and it's horrible. So it's 67 years of dictatorship, with no freedom, with no respect for any human right, with no election, with nothing. The whole cities are full of garbage, tons of garbage all over, and it's a lot of virus in the country. A lot of people are dying in the daily. Unbelievable. It's something so horrible. It's one of my biggest dreams to see Cuba free again.
and what has music and what has the United States opened? ¿Qué puertas se abrieron en los Estados Unidos?
Everything. I just get here, I start teaching in the university in Florida. I have to making records. I got all kind of recognition. I wrote a lot of score for movies. I wrote the last two scores for Clint Eastwood, The Mule and Richard Jewell. I cannot ask anything else from God because I think I've been so blessed, extremely blessed. And my family, my son here with me, he's very successful graphic artist. By the way, he just flew today from Miami from the Art Basel. He got his own place in Art Basel for many years, and I cannot be more happy. I celebrated 50th anniversary, wedding anniversary with my wife. I'm blessed all the way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so,
yes, sir.
All right.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Associated. That's associated. Well, I care about America being strong and being able to protect ourselves, and we need to find more ways to get more wealth to the middle class and blue-collar people, and I think we're doing things now in America to hopefully create jobs and get more wealth to the lower half of the community.
Have you been naughty this year?
Thank you.
You've been nice this year?
She is the best person. What'd you say?
I was asking you about the FIFA event that you were at. Trump said there may need to be a name change for the NFL because of football. What do you think of that whole thing? American football.
I'm going to let the experts deal with that. Football to me is American football.
Get on the other. Thank
Incredible musician. He's an incredible human being. Him and Sylvester Stallone, we shared something in common because we mostly have the same kind of cigar. I do the friend from the beginning. He's a very close to Carlito's friend. And I'm Carlito's best friend.
No. I know. Everybody's mics are bad.
No, sir. Really? No, because I don't want to hurt the dictatorship in any form, in anything. Besides that, you cannot compare. Two friends were the very best in the world. They have no competition.
Sylvester Stallone. And I met him 2 or 3 times. He was event, this part. I'm going to be so happy to play for him. And it's a version of Main of Focus. He was a dear friend, really incredible trumpet player. He made that song very popular, Main of Focus. And that's the version I'm going to play, Main of Focus. Oh, and on heaven, man. I can imagine. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I finished already. Nobody interested. How are you?
I'm doing great. The AP, how are you? He's AP on Reuters. You're Reuters? Okay.
So we'll start here. How are you?
I'm doing great.
All right. So here we are at the Kennedy Center. Quite a diversity of inductees, from rock bands to Broadway stars, disco stars, country, and of course Rocky Rambos.
It couldn't get more American. It couldn't get better. I mean, America's where disco was founded. America's where country western and country music was founded. Rocky. I mean, can you get any more American than that? And Kiss, the rock and roll era, and probably one of the greatest rock bands of all time. So I am so excited. And then theater as well is included in there. I'm so excited. I think it's a great class of inductees, and I'm really looking forward to hearing tonight the music.
Now tonight's host. What are your hopes for tonight's host, and what do you think he's going to be able to pull off?
And who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the president.
President Donald J. Trump, the chairman of the Kennedy Center. Well, he is the master of communication. He's the master of the arts. I mean, President Trump loves the arts. This is why he said, when he saw what was happening to the Kennedy Center with fiscal mismanagement and allowing this beautiful building to fall apart, he said, we can't let that happen. We're not going to let that happen. And he worked really hard to make sure that money was made available to rebuild this and make sure they fixed it and brought it up to par and get it in its fiscal house in order. So I think tonight we're going to see an incredible statesman and an incredible showman at the same time on stage.
And then my last question is, obviously, at the very beginning of this, there was a change in program. The same family, whatever. What are your thoughts on, as we move forward now, to how that adjusts and the type of content that does come to
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
What I'm saying is that like there was some stuff that was no longer acceptable at the Kennedy.
Well, I mean, nobody is into garbage, DEI, LGBTQ+, all that stuff. Nobody wants that woke stuff. It's not entertaining. You want to see how the movie industry's been ruined in Hollywood by pushing and forcing down our throats this woke garbage. And the Kennedy Center said, we're going to bring in amazing art. I know that people in the media are shaking their heads and shocked by this, but I'm telling you, the American people don't want it. I know Reuters is offended that I just said that, and Reuters doesn't, they want the woke garbage, but we want arts that are just entertaining and not trying to force an agenda down our throats. So I'm looking forward to it.
But there's something probably in between those two that is acceptable.
We don't want woke garbage. We want entertainment, arts, beauty. Okay, but do you like woke garbage, PC woke garbage?
I think that's up to the beholder to understand.
You're right. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, right? And you can tell by the amount of money that Hollywood is losing at such a rapid pace. They're crumbling right now, and nobody wants the woke garbage. And so thank God, Ambassador Grinnell came in and said, we're not going to do that. We're going to push some great arts, and I think we're going to see that tonight. The class of inductees are not woke. They're not about LGBTQ+, i.e. DEI, none of that government stuff. They're just about entertaining the audiences and being excellent at the craft. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that, but I disagree by just saying that someone's LGBTQ that
I'm not saying that. Are you kidding? The arts, LGBTQ, there's a lot of people who are that. But it used to be that there was just entertainment. It wasn't political. It wasn't trying to shove an agenda down our throats. And I know that the AP and Reuters, I can just see Reuters, she's over there practically crying her eyes out because I'm saying all of this. But the fact is, the American people are the consumers of this, and they want to be entertained. They don't want to have a political agenda pushed on them. They don't want LGBTQ+, trans, DEI. They don't want that garbage. They want to sit and they spend their money and be entertained. And we haven't had that for the past several years. And I think Hollywood will come back when they realize that. So I'm looking forward to tonight. There's nothing PC about kids. this, they just put out great rock and roll. Nothing PC about disco, they put out great music. Nothing PC about George Strait, he put out the greatest country music ever. And I think this is just an incredible evening where everyone's welcome, everyone's coming together, we get to put aside our differences, we get to let our mind be free of any political differences we have and just enjoy the arts of the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Nice to see you.
Good, nice to see you.
So,
where are you from?
From Georgetown. So you're going to see tons of lawmakers, tons of politicians tonight. What's your message for them? Anything that is in your wheelhouse and issues you're concerned about?
100%. Well, Chanel and I were blessed to have 3 beautiful children, but our first child, Johnny Christopher, was born when he was 20 months old, had pediatric cancer. So we've dealt with that for over 6 years, pediatric cancer, and 1 child every 2 minutes is diagnosed with this disease. I know President Trump has been working feverishly on trying to put more money towards pediatric cancer and other childhood life-threatening diseases, and that would be my message. We can never have enough money for our kids who are dealing with life and death and should be dealing with what to play with.
It's a really important issue. Since you mentioned President Trump, generally, what do you think of his job performance right now? Do you approve of kind of his leadership and how he's handling the country?
I think what he's doing in a lot of ways is fantastic, and I'm really excited to see where the country goes and how his policies are going to affect us, hopefully in a profound, positive way.
Thank you so much.
Mr.
Angel, how are you?
Hey, Johnny, how are you?
Good to see
I'm
you.
a big fan of, your boss.
Thank you so much. I'm a big fan of him too, I think.
Yeah.
Well, come on in. Before I get to you, Mr. Angel, what are you wearing? This is gorgeous. Philip Fine. And who are you wearing?
Well, this is actually my costume shop made this for me, and this is based in all of my tattoos that I have. Jesse orders. I can get you one. You can do all of your tattoos. You don't have tattoos, Jesse, but you can get some. Have you on your show, Jesse? What are we waiting for? I'll do some magic for you.
Can you make him disappear?
For enough money, anything is possible. And then you can take this slot, but I don't think you can fill his shoes because I can't feel Stanley shoes.
Look at those shoes. Look at those shoes. How are you?
Thank you so much. How are you?
Congratulations. Thank you. How is this? It feels like a dream. It's incredible. It's a dream come true. And because, as I said before, I've seen the people who have gone on before me. I've admired their talent, and to be counted among them is absolutely incredible. And I'm just floored. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does this mean to you?
It means to me that, can I say I have arrived? Yeah, I think I've arrived.
I think you really arrived.
Yeah, but to be recognized in this way is like the pinnacle, and I'm so incredibly happy and honored and excited. And that's right. Thank you. Hi.
Congratulations.
Can I ask one more question? Your music, your song is an anthem of strength to people, to women.
Yes.
What does it mean to you that you've become that symbol of strength, and how has that been part of your life?
It means to me that I am fulfilling my purpose, and I think that's something that everyone hopes to do in their lives, and I feel incredibly blessed that I'm able to do that, because not everybody realizes their purpose and are able to accomplish it. And so it feels like an accomplishment for me to be honored for that. Is like makes me happy beyond measure. Yes, absolutely.
So, I read many reports about since 2023, you've done a lot for Republicans. I was wondering why you support the Republicans.
I support people who help people, period. I don't care.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Gloria, we're going to keep taking you down the carpet.
Miss Gaynor, how are you? Johnny from Fox, how's it going?
Yes, I'm wearing.
So my favorite song is I Will Survive. Now, when people talk about Democrats, they were afraid, petrified. How are they going to
And you are allowed to tell tell them what you're doing in the show. We're just not telling the honoree.
Okay, so here we are. A long 51 years ago. 50. Next year will be 50. Yeah, okay. I was with the music for this film. But still, to be here tonight, to involve Sylvester Stallone, I was well, his career has shown his versatility, writing, directing, acting without a doubt. He's shown to be well-deserved with this honor. And for me to be here, of course, after 50 years and still, not only still be alive, a lot of people from the early Rocky movie are now with us. And to be with Sly now, a wonderful pleasure. Arturo Sandoval will be out there. Yeah, Arturo. Working with him, which you have in the past. In the past, yes. Wonderful pleasure. The memories that we've had, I can't wait to reminisce. Of course, he doesn't know that I'm here now, but we'll do all that sharing as soon as the show is over. That is great. Thank you so much. He's behind you. I better run into him. Keep it surprised. Secretary Burgum.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. How's it going? It's doing great. We just have a little more for the moment there. It was that's amazing. Now, Roma has another, right? Roma. I'm just going to get one, right? He will. Yeah. Roma. You have to stand here so we can all share instead of having him stand here and then we'll if we stand here, we can all get it. I can't share a word, as you know, so let us get on. You guys come on. We can't. Now, what do you want? Now, what do you want to tell the others? Well, Jesse's like, I'll come on now. Congrats. How does this feel? Yeah, how does this feel for you to be here tonight, man?
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
Well, you know, it's kind of like being in the eye of a hurricane. You're not sure yet until you're able to analyze it. Like, this is an amazing event, but when you're caught up in the middle of it, it's hard to take it in until the next day. You know what I mean? But I'm incredibly humbled by it.
It's been quite a journey, what it took for you to make that film, as a struggling actor, and all the things you had to do. To be here today, looking back on that struggle in making Rocky, how do you feel?
You know, it's interesting you say that because I've never been goal-oriented, ever. And a lot of people are shocked when I say that because you just do what
thought the Rocky, the one thing I have in common with 99% of the world, we're all underdogs. I mean, we all start out as underdogs. And we persevere, and hopefully we kind of attain our vision. But that's the one thing that really, I think, was the key to Rocky, is that you didn't have to be a white collar, blue collar, everyone related to the struggle.
Particularly American, isn't it?
We say that, but it is American. It really is, because we came in fighting. Let's face it. Since the Pilgrims landed here, it's been an uphill battle. So yeah, we're very relatable to struggle.
This film captures that fight, which I think is part of its.
I know, but it wasn't like an obvious ploy. It just happened. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
The president, Mr. Stallone, the president had such, he really finds so much emotion in your work and so much inspiration in your work. What does it feel like to have the president of the United States?
It's the ultimate, but it's one thing that we have in common. Even though he's been incredibly successful in his life, and we have, there's still a portion of us that consider ourselves underdogs. We're not completed works of art. We still have a long way to go to be really self-satisfied with who we are. It's an ongoing struggle, and that's what I think kind of blends us together, at least in my career.
Are you satisfied with who you are right now, or is there something left?
No, we got to work on the paint. We got to work on the outside a little bit. Yeah, I am to a point, but the satisfaction comes in the admiration of others. If you're admired, then you should be sort of satisfied with yourself. Like the fact that I have an amazing wife and children, and that's where the admiration comes from. In the beginning, whether actors like to admit it or not, they need the love of strangers, the admiration of people in the dark, the audience. But as you grow older, you realize you need the ones that have been with you throughout the struggle. And the audience, though valuable, they come second.
What did you tell your wife when you won this award?
Oh, I told her how much I love her, and that she's my award. Thank you.
Last question. We're going to go last question. You described President Trump as the second George Washington. How do you feel now? You still feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I think he's an extraordinary man. This is the toughest job in the world, and it's really easy for people to be critical, and I get it. I mean, you are, because we're dealing with tremendous confrontation around the world. But I still, and I said it last night, I think he's an extraordinary human being. The one thing that people don't realize, and I've known him for 30 years, he's very, very gracious. Like, he'll remember your kids' names. He'll call, like, during a serious situation. He goes, oh, how's your mother? How's she doing? Little things. And no one knows about that. That's why the fellow I know is quite different than the way he's reported about. But I like the man a lot.
And you spent some time with J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Do you think he would be a good person to succeed the movement that Trump has started?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's really an elegant man. His wife's amazing. Kind of like my wife over here. They're beautiful. Come on, my love. Yeah, I found him to be very elegant in his demeanor. He was quite humbling. Not humbling, but he was quite generous in his words to me and to my family when he didn't have to be. I didn't expect it. So there's something about when you look at a man eye to eye, you can feel it, whether they're real or whether they're trying to be posturing a different idea. But he's authentic. I mean, look at the book he wrote. Talk about humble beginnings. All right, guys, thank you.
Are you okay?
This way?
Are you okay? Because some fans are concerned about you when they saw the video of you.
I'll tell you, because I've had 8 back operations. I have 1 more going, and it adds up. It's just, oh, you again.
Thank you so much.
Blessing offer.
Thank you.
Performing tonight for a Sylvester Stallone tribute.
Hi, yeah. Hi, this is Arlene from Reuters. How are you?
What's your name?
Arlene.
Arlene, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Can you tell me what you'll be performing today?
We are playing a couple of pieces that Bill composed, and
I'm on piano playing with the orchestra. It's awesome.
And what does it mean to you to be here?
Listen, I love the arts. B, I've played the Kennedy Center a handful of times, and also it's Rocky. So, and it's George Strait, and it's I'm just honored. Yeah.
But you said you're playing for Sylvester Stallone.
I'm playing a couple of the pieces actually from the Rocky movies.
And what do you think of the movie?
Love. I mean, you just hear and it's over. Yeah. You want to run the Philly stairs, everything.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Performance is like.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Tell us about
she's performing this evening in the Michael Crawford segment. Would you like to see? Tell me what it means to be here.
Well, I'm actually singing from Hello. So we're honoring Michael Crawford, and I'm just, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. And I'm so thankful to be here to celebrate him and his lifetime, his legacy, his career. And he really paved the way for those of us who came after him and got to do musical theater on Broadway and in New York. And so it's very festive, and I'm really, really thankful. And I'm excited to sing it to him as well. How did you get to To be honest, it came completely out of the blue. I wasn't expecting it, and someone just reached out and asked if I would be a part of it. And I've obviously been aware of the Kennedy Center and all the amazing work they've done, and especially recently what the changes, and so it's just really kind of divinely put me in this position to be able to do what I love on a stage that is just so beautiful and is so known, honoring a man who has paved the way for so many of us. So
this is a uniquely American honor.
Yeah.
And I was saying how honored
it means more than I could ever say, and I am so much of my life's work is bringing art and country together, and I feel very grateful that I live in a place where I get to follow my dreams and do what I love, and so it's just incredible to be here this year, and so I don't take that lightly, and I'm really honored to be at the honors, that's for sure. Thank you.
Our neighbors didn't work. Our fountains out front didn't work. They just been neglected. It was really terrible. And when President Trump said this vision, you would fix the program so that it would be absolutely common sense. Rebuilding and it brings people together is a big step. And we see the same thing when it comes to Broadway. Some of the new stuff doesn't always work. But what works, what sells, is when you bring back the and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to do common sense programs. And when we did that change, corporations came flowing in. We've never seen so much money coming in as we have. It's really amazing. And because of that, we have our largest ball one night for the honors. We raised $23 million tonight. We have $130 million and growing in this 10 months since we've had. And so I'm really excited because clearly it's very popular at the Kennedy Center with corporations, with donors, and this is a change that I think artists have It's actually not, because here's what I did. I didn't cancel a single thing when I came here. I made a rule, and I said, when you combine ticket sales and you look at donors and you look at corporations, you got to get this zero. You got to have a revenue neutral. Arts institutions across this country are struggling with sales and donors and corporations. And the reason why is because it's two things. Some of that is because of the growth in Netflix and competition. But the reality is that Kennedy Center has now taught every arts institution across this country as a habitual program done that, and let me give you one final example. We had 94 people in the development office here. 94 people raising money when I arrived. Today we have 16. We saved $4.5 million.
Great, thanks. How are you? Nice to see you. Sorry. Hi.
Since we're in DC, I have to ask you, I know you heard us spoken about the situation in Israel. Where it stands right now, are you happy with the progress being made under Trump with the peace invasion, and where's your advocacy at?
My advocacy over the past 2 years has been for humanity. I've always tried with my social media to stand for humanity and just share the real, raw, personal stories of what has been going on there. I've personally been back to Israel 7 times in the past 2 years. I'm going again in about a week, and I always try to use my platform to show what's going on. I'm very grateful for what has happened. Our hostages are home, and that was always what I've been advocating for the release of our hostages, and I'm just so grateful that our hostages are home.
Looking at the conflict as a whole, what do you think is the biggest misconception from what you see on social media and what everybody's saying about the conflict?
Unfortunately, nowadays there's just so much propaganda, and with AI, and just it's hard to know what to believe, right? And so that's why for me it was so important to physically go on the grounds. I actually also went into Rafah, into Gaza as well, to be with the people there. So I think it's really hard to know what to believe nowadays, and so for me, I always try to show the real, authentic truth.
Yeah, how do you combat that?
By continuing to post and by using my platforms of 14 million followers to show what has been going on.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It thrills my heart to know that they are honoring her tonight. Nobody, in my opinion, deserves it any more than her. She's absolutely beautiful. Everybody needs to know her as a person. I wish everybody could just sit down and have tea with her, or coffee. She's amazing.
Well, she certainly added to the canon one of the most inspirational musical numbers of our time.
I Will Survive, absolutely. And she speaks for a lot of people, and she is the forerunner. She has done so many great things. I remember when the digital music first came out, and the artists weren't really being compensated the way she went and advocated for so many people. She's that type of person, not just for herself, but for everybody else. And if you know her, this night is really special. I mean, it'll bring a lot of tears, I think, because she's that type of woman. And so I'm excited, especially in a place like this, the Kennedy Center, and what a great place, and what a great night. So thanks to everyone that made this possible.
We have fun out there tonight.
I'm going to give it everything I got.
All right, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arlene with Roy.
Hi, how are you? Good. I am. I'm going to do it. So she did a gospel record that she actually won a Grammy for, and I got to be a part of that record. We did a couple of numbers together, and also we wrote a song together. And so I got to know her. She was, of course, she lives in New York. I was playing Carnegie Hall, and we started on Twitter just talking back and forth, and she said, I think I'm going to come out. And so here's what I did. I let her know that I was going to be there, and I'd love for her to come out. And she came out and she said, I've never played Carnegie Hall before. It was a bucket list. I'm like, yeah. So we became friends. We talked. We got, and so anyway, this record, I'm going to be doing a gospel number that we did on there. Precious Lord, Take My Hand, and then we're going to do a song that she wrote that we're really excited about. I'll just come out and sing a little bit of that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sing a little loud. Okay. Hear my cry, hear my call, hold my hand, yes I fall. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me on. Which number? Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I was talking to her a little while ago, she gets
she is that. And you feel safe. When she starts talking, and when she starts, speaking to you, it's just like she's
honestly, it's almost like she's a minister in such a way. It's like she gives you comfort, she gives you hope, she gives you all of those things. She makes you feel comfortable, safe. And I think it's got to do with the relationship, the spiritual relationship. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Who are you wearing? Oh, I'm wearing green mat where there's no one else to wear other than green mat with my friend. Let me tell you something. Tonight is all about America. Tonight is all about President Trump bringing together the best talent and bringing us all together and recognizing that music is something that has a commonality. And we all love it. We all enjoy it. And this is about the energy that the president brings to America. God bless him and God bless his country. And you have a great singing voice. I am tone deaf, Johnny, and you know it. Okay, but my hero is singing tonight, George Strait. I have loved George Strait for decades. So as long as they sing Amarillo by morning, I'm a happy camper.
Now, Judge, before you go, you're here in D.C., you're fighting crime, we miss you back at Fox. Yeah. What's harder, fighting crime in D.C. or sitting next to Harold and Jessica?
Fighting crime in D.C. is probably the toughest thing I'll ever do, and I miss Jessica, and I miss Harold, and all my friends on the fight. But you know what? This is a fight worth fighting, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Oh, we love you, Judge.
I miss you.
Yeah, Tom. We'll see you soon. Judge, I have one for you before you go.
Yes.
Nice to see you. So let me answer like this, because you've encountered in D.C. a lot of issues when it comes to ICE. What did you think when you saw that video of the congressman, the Democratic congressman, getting in the way of ICE? I came out today.
I didn't see. I'm sorry. I didn't see this. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about any case that I know of. I mean, I could talk about the pipe bomber. I could talk about Ramanullah Lockerwall, who came and shot 2 National Guardsmen. We've kind of been preoccupied with that.
You have been very good.
Yes, yes.
When you talk about the pipe bomber, why so long? Why didn't it take so long to get him? Why didn't it
First of all, it took President Trump and his FBI to make a decision to use the energy and to use the resources we have. Under President Biden, they pulled FBI off that case. It's all about determination. It's all about this president and Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, and my office saying we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we did. That's all you need is determination and drive and competence. Don't forget that. Take care.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Jason Crab. Hi, how are you?
This is Shelley.
Hi, Shelley, how are you?
2 times out of
Oh, thank you. So it's an honor.
How are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. He's doing Glory Gaynor tonight. I'm sure. I didn't want to get
Hey, Brett. How you doing? Very good. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't think we've ever met. You guys are.
Hi, Johnny.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Come over here like that. We have an special for you. Oh, good. We prepared for this. Oh, wow. So I'll start with you, Amy. Who are you wearing? You look gorgeous. I love it. Now, Brett, Jesse wants to know how many vacations you have. He says you're always off. Yeah. That's really nice, Jesse. He wants to know if you're improving your golf game. Is that why you're so good at golf? I am actually improving the golf game. 1 stroke at a time. I'll take you out. We're going to do some practice. Has Jesse been naughty? Let's see. Costs us $5. Pretty naughty. What are you looking forward to most? How are you?
Hi.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Great fun. This is so much fun tonight.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing
course. No, my wife is on the board, so I'm a +1. That's the way it works.
All right, so now,
Coming with about tonight's inductees, quite a range of talent.
Well, last night at the State Department, each of the honorees spoke for 5 minutes about their lives, and it was so moving and so personal, and it really created such an amazing setup for tonight's event. So we're really, really excited.
Thank you so much.
And Allison, what are you looking most forward to?
I'm most looking forward to President Trump emceeing tonight. I think it'll be great.
It'll be so fun.
How entertaining do you think he's going to be? I mean, it's a tough task.
Oh, this president, he is so relaxed in front of these cameras, as you know, and he's so funny. I can't wait for tonight. It'll be so fun.
do you think we'll get him to sit?
I don't know about that. You might get him to dance, though. You might get him to dance.
Secretary Lutnick.
Yeah,
How are you?
How you doing?
Great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to
So
see you.
let's talk about tonight and the transformation of the Kennedy Center. What stuff sticks out to you the most in terms of the transition that you're pleased with? Right?
Well, we know the Kennedy Center, when the president was inaugurated, was in tough shape. Right, it had financial difficulties. They were paying their staff out of debt, and the president came right in, and he loves to fix things. You know, he loves that. So he painted the columns a different color. He's going to make this building so gorgeous. Got $250 million in the big, beautiful bill for this building. I can't wait to how glorious it's going to be.
Now, we ask you about this. We have a huge Supreme Court case right now on tariffs. If that were actually to be overturned, Trump's emergency power, what implications would that have for the economy and for the country right now?
So I sat through that case. We are going to win that case. Right? We're going to win it either 5-4 or 6-3. And the Supreme Court understands how devastating it would be for this country if they didn't stand up for the president's power to protect and defend our economy and our country. So I think we're going to win. You heard it here. We're going to win that case. Thanks.
Secretary Lutnick, how's it going? Johnny the Jesse Wallace Show.
Nice to see you.
Have we done any trade deals today?
None today. This weekend is Kennedy Honors, and I'm a +1. I'm from the board of the Kennedy Center. I'm here to support you.
Oh, so you're the big guest tonight. So you know, Christmas season's here. Which cabinet member would you Christmas season here? Which cabinet member would you say is on the naughty list and who's on the nice list?
Yeah. You know, I love this cabinet. They are the most fun. They are the most amusing, like a family. But Secretary Rubio is the funniest member of this cabinet by far. He cracks me up the most. So he is definitely the joy.
He's on the nice list. You're on the naughty list. Are you?
You know what? You have to ask her that. But you know, we are such a tight cabinet. So such a great team. I love it.
Who are you looking forward to most?
Oh, I don't know what the passes are. I mean, I think the key to tonight is we're going to see.
Hi! I'm Marlene. I'm from Reuters. How are you?
I'm very well tonight. Very excited to be here.
And you will be performing?
I will be performing. I am honoring Gloria Gaynor, who I'm so excited to honor her. Well, excited to be here for all the honorees, actually. But years ago, Gloria Gaynor had a radio show with the BB Radio 2, and she was the host. She left, and they offered me Gloria's radio show, and I couldn't believe that I was meeting with her, talking with her about the radio show, and just a tremendous talent. And I Will Survive is the theme song for so many people's lives. You know, we're going to make it. We'll be good. So it's an honor to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we started with the columns outside. He's raised $250 million for the big, beautiful bill to keep this building. The sports and the national challenge right out from the most glorious we've ever seen. So this president is the arts and the support. So this building. So just doesn't work. Now he's going to make it. Right here is good. All right. How are you? I'm John. John. All right. So here we are. I'm assuming you're here. Hey, you know, this is important.
I'm here to Sylvester Stallone. The long overdue career for him. A man who has amassed credits like no one else. A guy who's hundreds of thousands of people when you really think about it. Just that alone, my hat is off to Sylvester Stallone. But his artistry, his writing, his acting. But that isn't even the best part. The best part is that Sly is one of the greatest guys I've ever met. And for Ray and I to be part of his family, and his wife Jennifer and his daughter Scarlett is on the set all the time. It's a real amazing family environment, and that's what Ray and I do in our film. So to be around Sly, it certainly rubs off on us. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It feels great. I mean, I come out to Hollywood to be a comedian. They're like, yeah, you don't look funny. How about a villain? Great, I'll take it. But for me, as everyone knows, I want to put another woman on screen, so that leaves me as heroic guys with helmets on, depending on the award or the villain. So I do them both with Smile or the Cowboy now, which is really great. I'm so blessed that my career has not that I get to produce with my wife and write with my wife. Films that I've always aspired to do, and I think a lot of that comes from hanging out with Sylvester Stallone. Make sure that you have the confidence to pull it off. That's what we're doing now, and we're about to do our 13th movie in the last 5 years.
We keep our villain fans happy. Neil just did a slasher horror film called Exalted, which comes out next year. Still playing the villain.
Yeah, I do.
I was going to say,
I'm not letting you guys down. I'm going to keep playing villains for real. Yellowstone is good. It was awesome. It was so good.
Anyway, thank you so much.
Oh, you need to go later. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, we have to go
And I
back.
understand you're here for Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, I am.
And can you talk to me about why you're doing this podcast to honor him?
Well, who else to honor in Hollywood other than the guy who's, as I was saying, has employed tens of thousands of people. His movies have amassed billions of dollars. What he's done to the economy in America alone and across the world is truly remarkable. But it's the entertaining that he's done, all the films that he's done, the family guy that he is, and the American that he is, and the God-fearing guy that he is as well. Those are things that Reve and I love to be around. And so, you know, he's unlike anyone else. So for tonight, to be here in the Kennedy Center, a guy from Boston, Massachusetts, myself, to celebrate that name and to be on stage to give an award to my favorite guy in Hollywood, are you kidding me? It's pretty awesome.
When did you meet him?
The first time we met was about 3 years ago on a Zoom when they were very interested in me to be on Tulsa King. They said, okay, great, in 5 minutes we're going to have a Zoom with you and Sylvester Stallone. We're like, what? And for the first 30 seconds, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's Rocky. I can't even think. And then once you meet him and start talking to him, he diffuses all tension, and he's just such a grounded human being. And we've had a ball playing in the sandbox on Tulsa King for the last 3 years.
So what are you going to say to me about it?
You're going to have to watch.
Yeah. And otherwise, we have to kill you.
That's right. I'm a villain. That's right.
That's why we can't reveal.
All right. You gotta go.
Thank you so much.
I don't do that. I'm just Okay, Arlene from Reuters.
Hi, Arlene, how are you? My wife, Lisa. Wife for 40 years.
40 years.
Best thing I ever did.
She should be getting good work.
I was offering.
He is my award. So here's my question. When I look at some of the people who've been awarded today, it seems to be that their message is global. We have I Can Survive, we have Rocky, we have your position. How does hope, how does inspiration, how does that fit into people's well-being, and what does it mean for that to be what is being awarded?
Arlene, what a beautiful question. Our biggest enemy in illness, but also in America, is nihilism. When we actually lose hope. And when we see Rocky, who happens to be my neighbor, and you see Sylvester Stallone in a private setting, he just gives you hope at every level. Now, he's funny as stink to boot, but he also is uplifting because his vision is a pretty simple one. See what you want to do. There's a fine line between vision and hallucination. Others have to see the vision. In order to bring it to life, you have to work hard. And I think that's sort of the message. If we work our tails off and we have confidence in ourselves and that there is some destiny that we could all achieve, it gives you hope that you can do anything. If Sylvester Stallone can do what he's done, we can all be superstars. It's not because he's normal, it's that he normalizes success.
We heard that from we had Gloria Gaynor, we got to survive. Arturo Sandoval here and talked about his Cuban childhood. Cuban childhood and how, the U.S. gave him opportunity. What does it mean that the United States at the Kennedy Center is recognizing that?
Well, Gloria Gaynor is a wonderful example. You have a passion for doing something, maybe a gift, but it doesn't go anywhere unless you're actually willing to roll up your sleeves and engage life fully. And if you look at all these artists, they have that confidence that this country offers you unparalleled abilities to excel. When my father came there as an immigrant back in the 50s, he saw what later Ronald Reagan described as the shining city on the hill. That's ultimately what they're giving us. They're showing us that anybody can walk up to that hill and be recognized, in this case for their excellence, but by doing that, they're actually pulling us up too. They're saying to all of us, wake up. You have destiny. You have opportunities. You're put on this earth for a reason. Live up to that. Have agency over your future.
And that's what the arts do too.
Well, the arts awaken you in many ways. And as a scientist, I'll say, much of what's happened that's breakthrough in science first happened in art. Art opens our eyes, gives us epiphanies, awakens us to some deeper realities so that science can finally actually move in the right direction. It aims us.
Dr. Oz, I would love to ask you, since you're the head of CMS, what's happening with the Obamacare tax extension, premium subsidies? What do you want to see happen, and what are you hearing from people as a result?
I want Congress to debate it robustly and come up with some ideas that we can all accept as Americans. And I'm hearing better and better ideas coming out of Senate and the Congress, so I'm excited about this week. I think some of those ideas will be recognized more publicly. God bless you.
Vaccination changes, are you in favor of those?
I'm supportive of kicking the tires. You know what parents do? They put their kid in the car seat, but then they double check it's okay. It's not because they don't trust the seat belt or the car seat. They want to just make 100% sure. And what these experts told us is hepatitis B vaccine works and is very effective. But when you get it, might vary from person to person because some folks are in a higher risk situation than others. So I thought it was wonderful that they allowed there be a shared responsibility between doctors and patients to make the decision. My job is to pay for it. And loud and clear, no matter what you decide, we're going to pay for it. Right.
Do you think there should be income requirements for those subsidies?
We haven't done income requirements. If it's unlimited, it should be right now. We have people on $1 million homes, multi-million-dollar homes, who are earning from high salaries. I'm just going to make sure that you guys
Dr. Merry Christmas. Jesse Waters. Oh, Jesse. Where's Jesse Waters? 7 minutes dead. Okay. Hey, Laura. What do you want for Christmas this year? I want who is the naughty and nice?
My daughter's literally, I cannot get within Pennsylvania. I don't know what it is. You just give me a bus. You bring a TV host, and I'll put the host it. Can you call me for me? Hosting skills, let's say, that his biggest asset, first of all, he's innately funny, but his biggest asset is he can capture a crowd, he'll capture an audience. Tonight's Kennedy Center Honors event will be the highest rated ever.
Highest rated ever. What do you want to tell Jesse?
I love you, Jesse. Where are you? Get back here. Where's he hiding?
is hiding in New Jersey.
Please, New Jersey, really?
It's actually not, because here's what I did. I didn't cancel a single thing when I came here. I made a rule, and I said, when you combine ticket sales and you look at donors and you look at corporations, you got to get to zero. You got to have a revenue neutral. Arts institutions across this country are struggling and the reason why is two things.